Well, look at that. Recording in progress. Well, what can I say other than super stoked to be here on 420, April 20th. Just waiting for the show to start up on the live. We're still waiting. It might be because it's a minute behind. I'm not sure, but I'm just gonna make sure that it starts going and that we've got the custom live streaming properly. Host this content is being sent to custom live streaming services, so it does look like it's getting sent, but let's just see. We'll go live. Let's just see what we got. We got a good show for you today. We got a lot of people coming on. I put the invitation out to so many different people, but for whatever reason, the stream is not going right now. So I got to do a little bit of fixing up here. Well, I see an ad, so that's a good sign. That is a good sign. We'll skip that. There I am. There I am. I'm live. Wicked. Awesome. Very stoked. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to Hash Church. I want to say season 11, episode whatever, but really, let's just call it what it is. It's the 420 episode. It's April 20th. It's our holiday for all of you cannabis lovers out there. So, really, I say we started off right by thanking our sponsors. Always thanking our sponsors. Let me just get the share button out here so that we're on proper. And we will start out with the superior sponsors, the puffco.comers. These guys, Jolly Roger and James and Chelsea and the whole team at Puffco are just one of my favorite teams. You know, sometimes you are kept from a group of people, from other partnerships you have. And let me tell you, I am so glad to have these guys in my life. Big thanks to Puffco for sponsoring Hash Church. Puffco has revolutionized cannabis culture, normalizing extracts with their incredible portable devices like the Puffco Peak Pro, the Pivot, and the Proxy. These amazing units deliver top-tier performance and style, making them favorites in our community. Puffco's unwavering support for all things cannabis keeps us lit and united. Check them out. Puffco's got your back. www.puffco.com, as well as at Puffco on Instagram. So please check those guys out. Big supporters of Hash Church, and really, like I've mentioned many times, real normalizers of our culture, particularly this dab and full melt and rosin culture. I want to shout out some new sponsors that we've got happening on Hash Church. I want to give a big shout out to Hartley and Jordan and Hugo and Lady Jane Labs, which is also an offshoot, is Rosin Labs. So these guys are a Canadian micro-cultivator and processor based in New Brunswick, and they specialize in crafting the top tier solventless cannabis products. They really focus on pheno-hunting, unique cultivars, and small batch processing. Its sister brand, which is what we just mentioned, Rosin Labs, is renowned for producing high quality rosin extracts, including live rosin and solventless soft chews using top tier fresh frozen flower and meticulous extraction techniques. Together, they deliver superior rosin products celebrated for their rich terpene profiles, potency, and commitment to sustainable craft cannabis innovations. You can check them out on Instagram at Lady Jane Labs. And these guys, I can't say enough about them. They're total heads. They're always carrying beautiful pipes, and they're going to be coming on today, and we're going to have a nice little discussion. So I'll be able to introduce you guys to them here in the very near future. Well, let's not forget about what started all of this. In 1999, I decided to release the bubble bags, right? Bubble bag stands out as the premier choice for water hash extraction, and it's no surprise why. We're the original innovators who set the standard for quality and performance. Crafted with durability in mind, these bags came with a lifetime warranty, ensuring you're covered for years of consistent use. The team behind Bubble Bags, we take pride in our pioneering legacy, backing every product with unwavering confidence and a commitment to excellence, making us the trusted go-to for enthusiasts and professionals alike seeking top-tier extraction results. You can check us out at www.bubblebag.com and hash church 15 for a discount code of 15%. Last and certainly not least, I want to shout out the Grand Master of Grandmasters, Grandmaster LED. You guys ready to take your grow to the next level? Well, Grandmaster LED is bringing the heat with cutting edge lighting solutions designed for growers who demand the best. Whether you're battling pests or chasing perfect yields, we've got you covered with the latest innovations. The UVC Tarantula Predator, the ultimate IPM bug light. This bad boy harnesses the power of UVC technology to zap mites, thrips, aphids, and more, keeping your garden pristine without chemicals or hassles. Pair it with a Grandmaster LED top tier grow light, and you've got a setup that's unbeatable for potency, flavor, and peace of mind. Waterproofed, daisy chainable, and built to last. The Tarantula Predator is your new secret weapon. Tune into Hash Church to hear the pros rave about Grandmaster LEDs, then grab yours at grandmasterleds.com. You can use the code HashChurch15 at checkout for an exclusive discount. Light up your grow the Grandmaster way because your plants deserve the best. HashChurch15 is your discount code. All right. Well, now that we got all that out of the way, because we got to shout out our sponsors because they're fucking awesome. Never even thought of such a thing, but really shout out to you guys for giving the support that we need here. And let's see who are the early birds trying to get into Hash Church for the first time in a while. Let me see who we got. This is the 420 crew, the first of the
Your
420
discount.
crew. All right.
Hey,
There we
hey,
go.
420.
Dude, right on, bros. Brothers. Nice to see everybody this morning. We got Christopher Carr in the house. If you remember, Christopher has the radio show down in Santa Cruz, the birthplace of our grandfather, godfather, whatever you want to call him, David Watson, aka Skunkman Sam, never to be forgotten. In fact, why don't we start the 420 episode with a massive shout out to Dave Watson, to Dave's entire family, to Diana, who is now just recently celebrated her 55th wedding anniversary for the first time without Dave. Our love goes out to you, Diana. Our love goes out to David and all of his family members. You will forever be a part of Hash Church, and we will never not mention you and honor you in the highest regard. So thank you, Christopher, for rolling in with the Santa Cruz vibes. Totally appreciate you, bro. It was so good to have you on the last episode. Want to shout out Caleb Chen as well, who brought Christopher on to the last episode when we did his specially curated musical show where we went really deep into music and the good vibes. And how can you not mention, the Grateful Dead and some other wonderful bands when we're going into vibes and cannabis. Obviously, reggae music is a massive influence as well. I don't know why, but there's something about being high on cannabis, smoking hash with the beach from Jamaica in your toes and that vibe just coming out. I've been all around the Caribbean, and let me tell you, the rest of those guys, they don't make music the way that Jamaicans make music. There's really something special going on there. For me, the only thing that I could ever figure out that made Jamaica completely different from the rest of the Caribbean was when I learned that it was the only island in the Caribbean surrounded completely by the Caribbean Sea. No other island in the Caribbean is surrounded by the Caribbean Sea, only Jamaica. All the other islands have different bodies of water on one or the other side. So shout out Caleb for coming in today as well. Big shout out to Aaron, the heavy icer X, who's loading up the bowl as we speak. Always a pleasure to have you, dude. Such a humble, amazing guy that can really show you um, you don't have to be a victim. This guy was fucking the number one victim that you've ever seen, man. Like 300 pounds, pharmaceutical drugs, definitely not on the path. And one day, in the most subtle way, he just decided, I think, and he'll tell us later, I think Instagram was a big inspiration for it. This access to people. Oh, I'm just going to grow some weed. He's like, well, why can't I grow some weed? It's like, well, because you're 300 pounds and you're addicted to farmies, dude. Well, he said, yes, I can. He grows incredible weed. He makes incredible hash. And I'm always inspired to have him on the show. So happy 420. And we'll be listening to Aaron here in the very near future. And his good buddy Tim Clark, who on my screen is right below Aaron. Deep search. Tim's got a mind. We appreciate Tim's mind here on Hash Church. Very analytic, very almost robotic. I fucking love it, dude. I appreciate the intelligence. And I appreciate you coming and sharing on with us. And I appreciate Aaron helping bring you on to Hash Church. And we're always really happy to have you. I don't know what the hell Mark Chaldone's doing at the dinner table. It almost looks like they're making hash over there. They're doing some crazy.
Yeah.
Shit. They're in Vermont. They got artwork. What do you got going on over there, Dr. Mark?
So we got Trainer and Jeff here from the Vermont Growers Association. And
Beautiful.
what's up, guys?
Beautiful. Welcome back, trainer.
Good to be back. Just having a little 420 gathering with the pets, and yeah,
Dude,
see
that's
everyone.
what's
Hey, Caleb, how you doing? Good to see you, Caleb.
dude,
Good to
how
see
about
you,
Christopher Carr's
Lauren and
little
Mojave.
one there, dude? Holy shit. That's the youngest member of Hash Church ever. What
Baby
a
Joe, baby Joe.
what
It's
a
easy at
beautiful
420.
dude, beautiful baby Joe. Hash Church inclusive. We're very family friendly. Of course, we're going to be chain smoking dabs, but in the meantime, we create nice, safe areas and safe places for our bambinos and bambinettes to come and enjoy church as well. We're dog friendly. We're cat friendly. You can bring your snake. You can bring your gerbil. We're going to be inclusive for it. Really stoked. We got Mr. Mojave Richmond, and Mojave almost seems like he's in the desert. Like I love it, dude. I love the background. I love the fucking bluebird blue sky. Thanks for bringing a little bit of nature into Hash Church today. Everyone's bringing something different. Christopher's got little Joe and Mark's got a couple of Vermontese and a dog, and you've got this beautiful rocky, deserty, almost named after your name, the Mojave.
It's exactly where I am, man. I'm deep, deep, deep in the Mojave Desert here. And it's awesome, man, because it's so flat right behind me, and the cell towers are like miles and miles away.
Wow. I just like when you came in, you were like, I'm deep in the Mojave Desert. That was fucking, you couldn't have timed that better. So that was really fucking awesome. I want to give a big shout out to my homie Ted Moritz, who's packing the bowl right now. Ted is my partner in Colorado and Missouri, running the Bubble Man brand. But really, above and beyond that, Ted is my friend. He's one of the most chillest, humblest, just like kind-hearted fucking dudes in the industry that I've met, which of course means he's got to protect himself because those guys are like the burners and the thieves and the pieces of shit, the parasites in our industry. They look for kind-hearted, awesome people like like a lot of you guys on the panel. So we got to protect ourselves from that. So shout out to Ted. Ted's come to Whistler. We've met in person. Him and his wonderful wife and my wife were able to share some slope riding on the mountain, which in my opinion is the only, like, I know people are like, let's get together and have a game of golf, meet your business partner. I'm more like, let's get together and shred the gnar on Whistler Blackcomb, and that is what Ted and I did to the highest of the levels. So we'll be hearing from Ted here today as well. Sorry, your team lost yesterday, Ted. They played incredible. They had the
Oh,
Jets. They had the Jets on the fucking. I was not feeling confident about the Jets last night. I will say that, and Winnipeg Jets, for those of you that don't know, which I'm guessing almost all of you don't know, because who the fuck watches Hash Church and NHL hockey? Well, I do, actually. And my home team, the Winnipeg Jets, finished number one in the NHL this year with 116 points. And yesterday they barely beat the St. Louis Blues, which is Ted's team. And first game of seven. We'll see how it goes, Ted. In the meantime, I also want to welcome the fucking hardcores who have literally been chain smoking dabs since they got in the room. And I'm talking about Hartley and Jordan. Not sure where Hugo is right now, but these guys are really awesome hardcores from New Brunswick, from the Maritimes. These guys come in with the fire. They roll in heavy and hard with fat glass and massive pelican cases and super bomb flavors. I always attach myself to people like this. I don't know if it's a magnetic attraction or what it is, but these guys are brothers from another mother and just recently got into BC, the province, with their brand with Sauce Rosin Labs, which, isn't easy sometimes. BC in particular is they want to give first right of refusal to local brands, which is crazy because you'd think Canada would be a local brand. But when you start thinking in this way, you can shrink down and be like, oh, well, we won't let any companies from, the other side of Canada come in right away. So they've had a little bit of obstacles and a job of getting into BC, but I would certainly say they will be in the top five brands that I tell people to buy when they're looking for my brand here in Canada. I don't do my brand anymore, but what I'll usually say is, fucking first on the list, I usually say go buy anything from High Fidelity from Caitlin, who is also in the room right now. And so the Rosin Sauce Lab guys are going to be like right up there with Caitlin and with a few other brands that I usually like to point people in the direction of, which is I don't want to forget Dan's brand, but he's my friend Dan and Jonathan also have a really good brand of live hash rosin and bubble hash that I usually tell people to get. So shout out to Caitlin from High Fidelity for making it out with us today. I'm sure we'll have some good conversations with the Rosin Sauce boys. Shout out to Colin Palmer, who's rolling in, our regular Colin from Vessel Life Science, holding it down in New York. And I see Cherry Blossom Bell just made it in. So this is, of course, the Frenchie cannoli. Her mentor was Frenchie for so many years. She's been holding the torch, holding the hash bar, if you will, and pumping out the good melts and the good hashes, and really just keeping the passion that Frenchie had. Ooh la la for the hashish. He had the passion. Merci, Frenchie. You may be gone, but you will never be forgotten. And then when I talk about Frenchie, I have a hard time not mentioning Subcool because Subcool, of course, was so responsible for a lot of the hash makers, really pointing them in the direction of look. If you really want to practice this and you really want to get good at this, use this amazing, perfect material to start with. And shout out to all the growers out there because without all these growers, there's really no hash maker. We are dependent on your ability to find cultivars and phenos and plant populations and just bring it together in that beautiful expression. And for those of you that are your own pheno hunters and are your own growers and are your own hash makers. Once again, the highest level of props goes to you because holy shit, I haven't my hands full just making amazing hash. But I am always impressed with the single sourcers who grow their own material and produce from that one farm. At the same time, I don't know why it is. I'm very monogamous when it comes to relationships, but when it comes to hash making, I'm a total slut. I'm just out there with all the farms. I know, I knew that would make you guys smile. It's a metaphor, obviously, but I am really like not monogamous when it comes to single source farms. I'm just like, I just want to smell what's going on over here. So thank God the farms that I don't work with are not jealous. We're very polyamorous in my hash making world. I've got at any given time 30 or 40 farms that I'm married to, and that's how I like to do it. With my wife, only one. 36 years. 36 years. I've been with my wife since 1989. Top that. Anyway, that was a lot of talking. Thank you everyone for showing up here today. I'm going to load the mothership because those rosin guys have not fucking stopped since they got in the room. And I feel like they're kind of trying to make us feel like lightweight amateur. What was the email?
First abs of the day. Come on.
Yeah, you gotta catch
Yeah. So Hartley's the taller of the two. Jordan is the shorter of the two, just so you guys can
Jordan.
Jordan, sorry, I mixed that up. So just getting it right, Jordan and Hartley, and hopefully Hugo. Is Hugo going to pop in today?
He might be joining remotely. He had some family matters come up, so
All right, Bell style. You can always show up in your phone. We appreciate that. She's in the car. She's like, I'm not going to miss Hash Church today. It's
No,
nine.
I'm on my way to Heritage right now. We have a little 420 event. So
Awesome.
I'm just gonna be walking around, people are gonna be randomly waving.
Oh, wonderful. That's what we're looking for. I definitely have a
Ah,
few different people coming in from a few different 420 events that will just be kind of walking around on their phones and making things happen. In the meantime, I think it's time for a little MKU 90 micron full melt 6-star bubble. Thank you to John Hatch and Hatch Hash for just for producing my bubble hash these days. I don't even know how I ended up in this situation, but he just makes beautiful, amazing 6-star bubble. and then delivers it to me once a week, 5 or 6 or 7 grams of it. I know, I know. I'm not sure how it's happening or why it's happening, but the biggest thank you and props to Hatch Hash. You can follow him on Instagram at HATCH, HASH. And this dude is just another, man, so many of you guys are just humble folks that I really, really appreciate the humbleness of the cannabis industry, especially maybe it's why we were so sideswiped by the Chads when they came in. And I'm not saying that as a bad word, but the Chads, man, those guys have confidence and they don't have as much humility. I feel like we've been eating humble pie for so many years because it's like, if you've grown cannabis under prohibition for any amount of time, anytime things started going good, that's usually when, maybe your partner would lose their mind and call the police, or maybe like your neighbor would be a huge dick, or your business partner would steal everything from you, or some other random thing that you could not have possibly imagined would happen. I do hear a lot of people complaining about legal cannabis on the regular, but listen, until you've had a gun stuffed in your face, watched your dog get shot, and had your kids taken from your home, I suggest you dial it back a little bit. It's okay that there's illegal stores out there. It's okay that licensing costs a lot of money. It's okay that the packaging sucks. You just got to be like proper, feed your passion like the Rosin Lab guys do. And I've never heard these guys complain about the industry once. I've never heard them go on and be like, oh, the fucking province won't let us in, or this, that, and the other thing. It's always positive. It's always, pushing it in the right direction. And I think it's kind of important for us to do that because we're representing an industry where a lot of people never wanted it to exist. So they're kind of waiting to watch this industry fall flat on its face. So if you can be the best ambassador. And I hate to say industry all the time because our industry is such a strange one because it's intertwined with our community. And I think that's a lot to do with the same way medical and recreational are also intertwined with both our community. Our community is both a community and sometimes doubles a as an industry. So do with that as you will. We got Bianca who just rolled in, as well as Thomas from Grandmaster LED, another one of our sponsors today. Shout out to Mr. Grand Master. How you doing, Thomas?
Good. Happy 420, everybody.
Hell to the yeah, dude. In the black and outer space. That's where you are today. Coming
Yeah.
from a black hole. It's interesting that the guy with the light company would come in with the darkest background.
Good point. Just I've been on a tolerance break, so I'm just a little bit tired, taking it easy still, nice and dark in
A
here.
tolerance break. For those of you that don't know, when Thomas is not on a tolerance break, he's eating between 1,000 and 2,000
No,
plus.
no.
I've seen it, dude. I've seen it. I
It's
watched
been a
you
long
eat.
time though, but that's been a long
Okay,
time.
well, that was
I've
like
been,
less than a year ago, just so you know.
yes. Yeah, I
That
have
was
really
com
bad insomnia, so like without edibles, I struggle to sleep, and it's been going on. I got a really bad home invasion like 10 years ago, and ever since then, I need edibles to sleep.
Fuck, yeah, that's well, way to turn it into a serious sad, make me look like an asshole for joking around about your tolerance. But that's heavy duty. Getting home invaded. Once again, another part of prohibition that sucks beyond sucks, getting home invaded. I didn't even name that one. And he said it right after coming in. Obviously, Thomas has been in the industry for a very long time and knows well, 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 well what it's like to be on the other side of all of it. There's fucking in BC, we got a whole black market sort of back in the day. It was really more organized crime than anything. There was a lot of that. And then also police and then snitches and then being, so we were kind of talking about how cannabis, in my opinion, Thomas, used to be I think prohibition was harder than legal. Legal sucks in aspects, and there's things we have to change, but getting guns stuffed in your face and having your dog shot and your kids taken away is definitely worse than what we're doing for legal cannabis nowadays. So, shout out to all the people that don't have to have that done again. And shout out to the people like Etienne and Hillary Black and Jody, who was with us last show, who shared with us about fair cannabis and all the different projects that she's been doing. That it's important to recognize and honor the people who really have been doing. I was an activist many, many years ago. I don't feel like I'm an activist quite as much, although maybe an argument could be made that my education is activism based. But I haven't been fighting the powers that be. Quite like the Etiennes and the Jodis and all of these wonderful activist folks. So I shout out to the community, anything that you can do to help and support those activists. They really are doing some of the most important work. Etienne has talked about it many times here on Hash Church, but right now they're focused with the United Nations on working with countries that are currently executing people for cannabis. And that's really their big push right now. I know. Can you imagine, Jordan, that people are getting executed for cannabis? Like while you're sitting there with like 20 grand worth of rigs and like 20 different grams of bubble and rosin and just like totally like with a big smile on your face. If someone got caught with a few of those, forget about it. How about this? If you got caught with a certain amount of it in your bloodstream at the wrong airport, maybe they wouldn't kill you, but they would definitely put you in jail for a long time, and it would be kind of going back and forth. And I don't know what Canada has to trade with these countries. I saw they traded that Brittany girl, the basketball player from Russia. She got caught with like a vape pen or something, a CBD vape pen, and she was looking at like 10 or 20 years, which is just thank God for the activists that are still willing to make that fight because I was very willing to make the fight in my own country. I have to admit, I really dropped the ball when it came to doing activism in other countries. So it's always good that Etienne can come on here and shame me in front of my Hash Church audience. So hopefully he'll come on here later and tell us about all the amazing work that he's doing that none of us are doing, and make us feel terrible enough to possibly push us in the right direction to at least fucking help him a tiny little bit in his mission. So anyway, my dab's almost heated up. Please, anyone that wants to talk, by all means, say hello, tell us about your 420. And yeah, we got 282 people watching live right now, so they're listening.
Well, I'm gonna
Who's
go
it
ahead.
gonna be?
I'm gonna go ahead and say hello and greetings from
Wolf!
greetings.
Wolf!
Hello. I mean, what a family, what a beautiful thing you guys do. Um, I wanted to say hello from Wolf Mountain in Northern California, Trinity Alps. Um, it's been a long time, a lot of information share. So thankful that your platform really encourages people to tell the truth, get over the fear, talk about activism against the grain. It's almost ignoring the language of the oppressor. Terrence McKenna, you have to use language that the person looking to incarcerate you doesn't understand. This is Easter. The sun has returned. The earth is warming. Uh, the idea of a ganjalier, which is a term that I started to use at ganjalier on Twitter. This idea of a steward in God's garden and what that is. And are we stewarding flavors and cannabinoids to the user? This idea and the us using language that we prefer as opposed to answering from some system that doesn't have a humanness in mind. So Gan, garden, and Ja, God, and Lier, or steward or shepherd. So steward of God's garden. I really appreciate everyone here consistently showing up and attempting to get the flavors into the heads of the people. Yeah, we salute you this Easter. He is risen, the sun has returned. Give thanks on earth as it is heaven.
So good to have you on Hash Church, dude. So I've known Wolf for some years now. We've communicated through X, through that platform a little. I've tried to bring him on to Hash Church. I just fell in love with his mind and the way he thinks and the way he articulates and his speech. The fact that he came in like full hillbilly style with a puppy on the fucking mountain makes me love him even more. Like I just can't even believe how perfect it is. Everything you said, dude. I really look forward to peeling that mind open and getting into some hash church discussions with you, Adam. Wolf Mountain Organics, stoked to have you,
It
dude.
is all love. Thank you.
Yeah, man, absolutely. So, so good. Anyone else want to share with us here today on Hash Church?
I'll
Well,
share
I
because
wanted to say
I'm
when you
probably
said
gonna.
about subcool earlier.
Yep. Go ahead, Belle. Ladies
Oh,
first.
sorry. No, you go ahead.
Nope. No,
Oh,
my
thank you.
mom
Yeah,
taught
I
me
was just
right.
gonna add
Oh,
when you were when you were talking about subcool earlier, actually subcool little fun fact, subcool was the guy that told Frenchie to get an apprentice. He told Frenchie that he thinks that he should pass on his technique to somebody in a formal way, like a real apprentice. And Frenchie told me that a long time ago. He said it was actually Subcool who talked me into getting an apprentice. So he was like, I decided to get an apprentice.
That is awesome. I miss Sub every day. I knew that guy for so long. Talk about another hillbilly. What an amazing guy this guy was. When I say hillbilly, by the way, in no way, shape, or form is it an insult. I'm a hillbilly. I love the mountains. I love living in the mountains. I love camping in the mountains. I haven't lived in a city in almost 30 years. And yeah, maybe I have a hooch still in my backyard. Nobody here knows, but it's possible that I don't use ISO to clean my bongs, but I use pure hooch that's made right here on my property. You'll never know if it's the truth. This could be an April Fool's joke 20 days late, or it could be a April 20th truth. We'll never know. Adam was just promoting how we like to promote truth on this platform. So we'll see what's going on. In reality, I can't tell a lie. I do not make hooch in my backyard. But my mentor, Ron Hickey, who's in the Kootenays, has been making hooch like a motherfucker lately. And I don't know how much he has, but I'd say he's over 100 gallons right now. He discovered that he could make it and sell it for a good price. And now that's what he's doing. So shout out to all the hillbillies out there that are making the hooch.
Mountain Williams, I think, is the preferred modern.
I love it.
And
Mountain
that's
Williams.
the spirit is such an important part. The ganja being a producer of the indoles, phenols, and terpenes, which are more or less alcohols, which do resemble the produce of our healthy gut biome in small amounts, and its use as a cleaner and extractor, this pure form, not to be consumed in shots or mugs or jugs, but to be used very appropriately. Very much a spirit, very much to be used, not to be indulged, but very cool. The hooch or the moonshine being ultimately a pure thing if kept in its place. But Mountain Williams, I mean, let's go.
I thought you were being like making a pun when you said not to be indulged. I thought you said not to be indulged.
Not to be indulged.
indulged. Yeah.
I
Before I
knew
get
Tim
too
would get a
indulged.
trip out of that one. Come on, Dr. Mark. What about you? You're the chemist. Laugh for God's sakes.
So check it out, you guys. I wanted to show you this before the sun's probably gonna hit me. I'll have to move soon. Last night, so I drove out. I live on pretty close to the ocean, so the coastal influence keeps me from making decent dry sift after, February, March, unless I go and do it in a facility, which is not nearly as fun. Um, so I was coming out to the desert and I realized, oh shit, the humidity's so low and it's still relatively cold at night. So I brought a bunch of trim and I made a bunch of hash at like 2 in the morning last night. It was so much fun, man. It was just like straight old school dry sift under the Milky Way, and then did the full on, just kneaded it for a while, gave it a little heat over the coals, just straight Afghan style. I have to say it was by far the best hash making experience I've ever had. And it was tasty. Total farmer grade. It wasn't cold enough to get it, decent, but it's I made some really nice little temple balls or round hash balls. Um, anyway, this is my 420 thing. And I totally spaced that it was even 420 until like yesterday when I was leaving the house, and I got like happy Easter to the kids and they gave me the happy 420. I was like, oh shit. And I saw the I knew that you were doing a 420 thing, but I didn't know it was gonna coincide with me being out in the middle of the desert until anyway. Groovy. I just wanted to show you guys these
Beautiful.
tasty
That's a
hash
nice little
balls.
ball, man. I'm telling you, as a
Oh,
fellow
dude,
hash nerd.
I actually made about 2 ounces of hash last night. This was just the first one that I pressed. You know, I mean, literally, I'm going to go back to the coast and I'm not going to be able to make any hash, unless I'm in a cold room until next December, January. So I was like, this is it. This is my last chance. So I just brought a bunch of trim and some smalls and crumbled it up here and made some hash. It was a bunch of fun.
Well,
Torched
as
it
a
over the
fellow hash nerd, I can say that I know where you're coming from. The excitement, if you haven't woken up late at night and realized how cold it was and raced outside with your table and your hash
Yeah.
screens and your material and your brushes and your gloves for static tech and all this other stuff, I can't believe you didn't try to static tech a little bit of it just to see if you had the diamonds.
You know what? What's crazy is I did at the last minute. I was like, "Holy shit, do I have a glove?" And I found a glove. And anyway, it was just too late and too dark. I got here like at night. But speaking of static, that the day that those fires happened in LA, in the Palisades fires, I woke up that morning and it was a cold night, and I went over and pet my dog, and like just the electricity of the static in the air was so intense, like it just like I was like, whoa, this is a great day to make static tonight. And then the
Right?
fires took off and I was like, oh shit, it's electric in the air, man.
Well, I will
It's
say
crazy.
this, Skunkman Sam never once wore a glove. So for those of you that are out there playing around with, he loved every drop of resin that man ever smoked. Imagine this, came right off of his hand with no rubber, nitrile fucking weirdness in between. It was from the plants that his hands planted and cared for and tended. He then collected the resin off of his hands. I feel so blessed to have seen him do it. I will never forget in my life when he brought me into that room and showed it to me. And I was like, I felt like I was being shown like a universal secret. It really was a big deal to me, even though later I realized, oh, like because Sam was so special, you had to have all these other things lined up to get to where he was getting to with static. Because when I first started staticking back home, what really static tech is it's kind of like bubble bags in the sense that it's the word of God of whether or not you have good product. And everyone suffers from, well, a little bit of Dunning-Kruger, and then definitely just this delusion of that what they grew was the best thing in the world. And I get it because I've had it. I've grown the weed and been like, yeah, my weed's the best. But when you run the weed through bags or make an oil out of it, and it's just like, I mean, the bags and the sift for me are a big way of telling because if it melts into a liquid the way an oil would, and that's from a resin that's still, encapsulated in the resin head, there's got to be some recognition of what that means in regards to quality. It's not just, it almost all, I've never seen it not line up to being the tastiest and the headiest and the strongest overall effects and feelings that you get from inhaling a hash. So there's something to be said for that 6-star full melt hash. And yeah, he did it all with his hands. And I think that the majority of I don't think anyone's out there sifting right now with just their bare hands. So any of you that want to pay homage to the Skunkman Sam, throw up your pictures of your bare hand covered in resin. I'd have to go back like 10 or 12 or however many years ago it was that he showed me the process. But I took like maybe 20 or 30 photos in the early days of doing it. But because he didn't want me to talk about it or share it, I really just buried those photos. Um, and
And
That's where that extra psychedelic essence of his resin came from, was from the palm of the skunk man himself.
dude, to
And
this
that
day,
the prayers to Shiva and the way of harvesting just with hands in the field, this is a wild thing. And
yeah.
maybe apart from where Embark and different people are getting to this cleanliness, this way to remove the resin without touching it. This is very
Yeah,
cool.
the hashtag never touched. That being said, what a cool thing that one of the first hashes, almost guaranteed, would have been a hand rubbed hash. Before screens existed, they would have rubbed it off their hands. So think of the full circle, like however many hundreds of years later, that Skunkman Sam, while in fucking Africa, and if you've got the book Hashish and you open it up to the pictures, there's a picture of a guy, Mountain William, with his overalls on, and is holding up his hands and his face is blacked out. And if you guys remember the picture, his hands are black, like completely black. And it was this moment, what he was doing was he had screens, but the weed was a little moist maybe or something. And so he was rubbing it really aggressively over the screens, trying to break it up to further process it. But Sam, who was standing behind him, saw his hands. No one else saw it, but he saw it and he went home. Imagine in that moment, do you think any of you would have thought, clearly the glandular trichomes are statically attaching themselves to the, like, I would have just thought they melted and stuck to his hand. I wouldn't have thought to go home and been like, start creating my own static charge in my living room with a nylon screen. Like, the whole concept of how that happened, the story of how it happened is pretty fucking incredible. The fact that it goes back to Africa, which doesn't seem to have the biggest historical I mean, it does have a historical context with cannabis for sure. I don't know. It's just, it's mind-blowing that that came from Africa. And I think when Indra told his original story, I think he made the first oil in like Vietnam or something, which is just
Marcus,
neat. These, go ahead.
I was gonna say when Rob published Hashish, out of the whole book, there was one picture that I had to ask him about. Like, what's up with that? No
Really?
comment. Yeah. Because
Interesting.
when you look at it, you see the picture and you see like, okay, we've all made hash. So is it that's smeared glands? Like what is that? Is it where you
Oh,
like
I
what's
asked
going
him
on there? I
about
was
it.
like,
I asked him
well,
about that too. I was like,
yeah,
what?
right away. And Rob's like, no, he's yep, nope. He just kind of yep. Next
Well, what's
picture.
weird about it is if you look at it, it's not as dirty as it should be, and it's thick.
It doesn't look, it's not shining like Shadas, right? You can tell
No.
it's not hand rub, right? There's
Yeah.
a chalkiness, a granular quality to it, right?
Yeah.
So I love it, the beauty. Like, for his hand once years ago, and he was like, "Oh, sweaty palms. You wouldn't make a good hash maker." Like, and
Who
he would
said that
judge
to
you, like
you?
he'd shake your hand. He's like, David,
Sam, yeah, of course. Of course.
just yeah, you say that just because he's like he had these mitts, these big dry mitts, man. He had really, really dry hands. It was like perfect. He was like born to make hash. It was amazing.
Shout out to Diana in the chat room right now. She says it was in Gambia. She also mentioned Rob didn't realize what was happening. It's amazing that Sam realized what was happening in that moment. Like, mind blowing. For those of you that have never done it, I hope one day you get some material, you can sift it, and you can try a little bit of static sift because it is a most incredible. It's like there's this other energy that happens that goes on that you can feel. And when you smoke static sifted heads, it's totally different from water filtered heads. It really is quite different. I would say that the process is more finicky and more specialized for the least amount of cultivars, which are generally ones that are grown to perfection and expressed to perfection. Those are the ones you want to static sift. Static sift is like a real letdown when you do it with anything like below amazing. And I think that's why the process, there's no one else that could have seen that process other than Dave, who would
Well,
have
you know
who could
what?
have done something with it.
You know what was so crazy though is in Amsterdam in 1993, making hash, big giant glass table with probably a pound of keef, just carting and just going off on it. It was real low grade farmer hash from from Tony from Sagramada. He had a bunch of really low quality. We made all this hash, and looking at the TV covered with powder and walking over the TV and rubbing it and going, wow, look at that. It pulled the crap out, but it didn't click. It just didn't click that that was a way to make hash. It was just like it was right there, right in front of us, and it just didn't click. This was with Adam, and like something about like static. It didn't even like. It's like, oh, it's the TV did it. It was like it just didn't click that it was static electricity in the room pulling it apart. It was like but the opposite, you know.
Yeah. Well, because it's
You guys,
two. Oh, go ahead, Adam.
I was just saying, don't you guys and gals think that that's where we're going to move? Getting the peach from the tree directly to the enjoyer with as few solvents or waters or things that wash away as possible, keeping it cooled, keeping the volatiles at home. The technique we have not fully developed yet. And whether it's a wizard walking through the field with a static staff attracting all the resin heads, or a machine that does a similar thing. I think I think we will get to the place where you have an unadulterated, untouched, just the resin head, just the facts. And yeah, I'm excited to see which technology comes from this patient process of carding and glass table. And I'm familiar with this at a very small scale. So very much enjoyable. And then the select, yeah. So I think we're still in development of what we'll end up with.
Well, we are, Wolf, because think of it like this. What we as the solvent community specialize in doing is further and further and further creating the smallest possible margin and group that could possibly buy our product. So yes, I suspect that is the journey that we were on, and I'm here for it. Um, it should be interesting to see. I think it'll be a much smaller group of people, right? This super, super small group of people that will take it that far. As even right now, we are a fairly small group of people. I mean, honestly, can you imagine how small this community would be right now without these things? Like I've never seen dabs be more quickly normalized than through this tool. And there's other companies doing it. There's like maybe three or four companies. Really, Puffco is at the highest level of it because they just have the most sales. They sell to so many people. They're in so many shops like all around the world. And it's interesting because I see a lot of heads, people that puff tough use these. Not like always. Like I'm sitting here now, I'm going to use my rig. I might hit this later, but this is more like I went to a party yesterday. Well, I have like three of these. I brought them all and I set up a little Puffco dab bar and I was just dabbing people out, many people that had never dabbed before. And that's kind of what the community needs. I don't know what'll happen when we take this even further and we could just like I personally like the wizard with the static staff more than the machine. Maybe it'll be a wizard walking through the field with a static staff or a machine that does the same thing. I'm gonna probably make that into a short for YouTube, Adam, because that was just awesome, awesomely said. But we'll see how it goes. I'm here for it either way. Christopher, I think we lost Christopher. I wanted to give him a shout out. I wish we could have heard him more. I've been blabbering on a lot. So anyone that wants to talk or share funny stories, or you know what? Let's hear from the Rosin Sauce Lab guys. How about that? Yeah, you guys are now super baked.
Yeah.
Exactly. So give Hash Church a little introduction to kind of how you guys all linked up, and found out that you had this thing in common about trying to find the highest quality and the most beautiful aromas for hash.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I mean, we're way over here on the east coast of Canada, and the scene here is definitely a great great community of heads who are passionately growing whatever can grow in our short season here. And myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 11. It's helped me, explore so much dimension to life, spiritually, socially, amongst the culture, and just now, with the opportunity to make a lifestyle entrenched in, and working deeply with the plants. So I feel blessed to be working in the industry, making live rosin for the legal shelf. It definitely feels like a dream sometimes. And so, yeah, on our journey, we met up, obviously, myself being a consumer since an early age, getting a little bit into the legacy side, of course, as some of the other founders, and we, ultimately linked up. There was a couple medical outlets here as well that Jordan met one of our other partner, Hugo. So we sort of formed this triangle of heads.
Yeah.
And ultimately, our paths were always to create very, very high purity, high potency, and basically the most potent expression that the plant can offer is what my personal journey has been. And when linking up with Jordan and linking up with our other partner Hugo, found that similarity with them. And basically, live rosin extracts is where we're at with it. But I'll let Jordan sort of chime in and talk about his journey as well.
I started my journey a long time ago, not quite as long as Hartley for consumption. But my dad was growing cannabis when I was just like a little like kid. He found it through my brother, who was out in Vancouver. So he started growing it, and he told me it was tomato plants. And so I always remember being in the garden with him when I was really little. It was like my earliest memories of just like in general, like my first memories I have, is just like this warm little room that we went to. And he always told me it was just tomato plants. So it's nice to know like it was originally, cannabis that I was in there with. But then he's, left my life tragically. And then, kind of got older. I injured myself skiing and then got addicted to painkillers. And from there, realized I had to make a big change in my life because they were actually starting to kill me and destroy my liver. And that was only in high school. And the doctors were like, you kind of got to figure something out because we can't prescribe you anything more. And I started using cannabis and realized that that was what was going to save me. And so I started kind of going down that journey of finding a product that was actually medical that worked for me. And I owe my entire life to the plant because who knows where I'd be without it. And so started down that medical journey, ended up helping out at a medical cannabis shop pre-legalization. Met up with Hugo because he was the one consumer who came in and just drilled me with questions time and time again. And we linked up really well because he was like, you can always answer my questions. And I was like, if I can't, I'll make sure I can. And then, legalization happened, and I went out to California and spent quite a bit of time out there with my brother. And he showed me kind of the ropes out there for what true quality of cannabis was compared to what I knew on the East Coast. And then ended up coming back and linking up with Hartley and Hugo. And it was kind of just a trifecta. The amount of knowledge and creation that we did to be able to get to where we are, it's pretty amazing. We used to do meditations out behind Hartley's house. There's a river, and I still have this core memory when we were starting the company, and it was pandemic time, and no one was supposed to be, interacting with each other, and you weren't supposed to be, gathering in homes. It was craziness, and we were out at the river and just doing deep ohms and manifesting what this company has become, which is what Hartley is saying, wanting that pure expression of the plant. For me, I need that pure expression of the plant to be able to, fight my pain adequately and be able to, process the world properly, to be completely honest. And so it's been an amazing journey to get to this point. And yeah, that's just kind of a little bit of where we've kind of come from.
Yeah, a little bit more about our brand and our products, we mainly just make live rosin, single gram in a pop back jar. And what we bring to the scene between the three founders, myself, I studied agricultural science, so I do all the quality assurance, all the production records and QA systems. Jordan, his background is genetics.
Yeah, I started growing when I was 17. I should have said that as well. When I realized it was going to save my life, and so I started doing a little bit of breeding as well, and just trying to figure out, how you can work with the plant. And now that's what I do, is the pheno-hunting and kind of the breeding projects, and working with the farmers that we work with, and to help kind of bridge that gap in the industry.
Yeah, always looking for new flavors. And whenever we find those weird winners, mixing them with other weird winners to make other weird flavors. So always trying to bring really, really unique genetics, so really something weird that you haven't experienced. But also, if we can find it, some of our drops, we always love doing those OG flavors. You can't go wrong, right? With some bubble gum or something like that. So yeah, that's and then Hugo, if he was here, he would comment. But he brings a lot of experience from the culinary trade and hash making skills, and him and Jordan both work in the hash lab where we're doing all of our extractions, producing all of our live rosin in house. And definitely the three of us, like Jordan said, we just set out to manifest a company that produce the most purest form of the plant. And live rosin for us, it's really a key manifestation of that. But of course, you can't go wrong with some full melt 6-star.
Yeah, shout out to
that melty fluid, right?
Yeah, shout out to Frenchie. Actually, he was the one who really gave us the spark to get as good of quality. We actually kind of scraped together some money, and I went out to the last course that Frenchie put on in Toronto. And that really just changed our whole perspective of how that we could approach this and move forward with working with farmers, because we were such a small company and had no funds to create a huge farm to be able to do all of our own growing, to be able to produce our own hash. And so all of a sudden our eyes were open to find all the good farmers that care about the same thing that you care about. And it really it changed how we were able to become so focused to work with farmers, I guess I should say, and have the quality that we have because of them. Because without them, we're not being able to wash anything.
Yeah, when you're using your skill, much like a sommelier, right, to curate flavor profiles for your customer base. And if you do it well and you listen to them, because I always think of this, and I heard Kevin Jodfrey talking about this the other day, why he was doing a selection of something, but he wanted to broaden the selection beyond his own personal ego, and his likes and dislikes. And so he brought in a wider range of people to help him go through and sort of take from them, which I always think that's a tough one, because I know from my own photography, when I take a really great photo, I'll take 100, but I'll think one is the best. And what I've learned as I post the one I think is the best versus, say, the one that I don't think is the best, even maybe sometimes the one I think might be the worst, it'll be received by the public in a way that I couldn't have assumed. It's the opposite, in fact, of what my intuitive mind was telling me the direction of this would go. And so that's kind of trippy how that can happen.
Of course, sommelier is a little bit of a joke, I think. It means steward of beasts of the field. So you imagine the tastemaker on his high horse, stewarding the beasts of the field towards flavor. And the gondolier may be more appropriate, but I love this idea that the brothers here, the hash makers here from the East, talking about what we do to evoke the flavors and what we can do, and really giving it up or removing the farmer, removing as many elements that aren't the sun, the water, the earth, the microbes. There are so many factors that aren't us. And I really love deplatforming the importance of the us and really emphasizing that the earth and the sun are presenting these flavors. And it's our job to steward or protect to get them to the user. So I love
We are
that
the
the sommelier.
unveilers. We are the unveilers of the flame, or perhaps we're the unveilers of the aromas. But yeah, that's well put. Thanks for sharing.
Keep the fire burning.
Always keep the fire burning. Always, always, always. Well, I
Yep.
gotta say, I didn't know all of that. Hey, Ted, are you going to share with us now?
Yeah, you know, I
Hell yeah.
heard you guys talking about aromas there, and flavors profiles, and you know, I was taught this by a friend in California. Sorry, I'm falling apart here. Just getting this box together. Uh, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to flip my camera. Here we go. So, you know, a lot of people in legal market in every way think of indica sativa hybrid, right, as a traditional way that people describe cannabis. And those are good ways to describe a feeling, but it doesn't mean that the same flavor or strain is going to affect everybody the same way, correct? And so, you know, these California guys taught me this flavor profile wheel a few years back, and it really stuck with me. And you know, as I've smoked and consumed a lot of cannabis over the years, I really haven't found anything that's fallen outside of one of these profiles or a combination of these profiles. And so we can just start at the top with the citrus profile here. Then we have a kind of candy profile on the right and a fruity one. And I say like kind of creamy, cakey, bakey. Still trying to figure out how to describe it, but the birthday cake seems to resonate well with people. Earthy, with the mountains there, savory, the cheesy and the garlicky and all those fun ones. The gassy, right, and the classic, and then herbal floral as well. And I've found that just as I've really chased a lot of flavors and everything myself, you know, it's kind of a fun way to think about cannabis and in those categories, and you know, then the names don't necessarily mean as much, right? It's chasing all the different flavors and combinations, and I've had a lot of fun with that. So I figured I'd just chime in and share that real quick as just a kind of fun way to think about it.
Absolutely. I was almost hoping you were going to open that box and inside there was going to be these like terpene profiles in a wheel that fit into each of
Uh,
those flavor profiles. I thought, man, wouldn't that be a cool little thing that you could get as a cannabis user that maybe wants to learn how about these flavor profiles and kind of what they smell like? Maybe we're not there. Maybe that's a little early, but what a cool thing that would be.
yeah,
I'd buy one of those.
different. Put a little legends right in the middle there.
Oh shit.
You got a few. They're just scattered all around for the holiday. So, but yeah, thank you guys for letting me share. Really appreciate you inviting me on here too, Marcus, and for my first one, it won't be my last. And yeah, thank you guys for introducing me to it all here.
Absolutely, Ted. Always a pleasure. Hopefully, I'll be seeing you sooner than later as I try to get down to the US at the end of the summer here for the first time in almost 30 years, if you can imagine, since I've stepped foot. Well, that's not true because I did have to go bring my waiver in just like 4 months ago, and I did step foot into the US then. That was the first time in 28 years that I'd been down there, but so many cool people to visit. I want to go visit Wolf Mountain. Definitely.
Feel like that's happening. A bit of your namesake is in our lore. There's a lot of lore here. I very much wanted, you know, we haven't participated with California. I really feel like California being handed to the Liquor Control Board has decreased people's safe access to clean medicine. And we do have a bit of a unwillingness to participate in a way that doesn't uphold a certain standard of excellence. But what happened here is very poor. But I have considered venturing with people to bring, to bring the fire down the mountain to the people. So this is something where we may explore. I'm very interested in that as well. California needs people like this to keep working. Um, we haven't achieved success yet, so let's keep moving.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to get down to California. Imagine I've never been. You say I'm a part of the lore. I've never been to California. How about that?
I was speaking of the Trinity, and not to give uh, too many ins, but just the namesake. And um, Trinity is so remote. Only 4% of the land mass of Trinity is populated. So it is mostly mountain. And it is the elevation, it is the biome here that has taught me. I did not discover, again, your library of information very much fast tracked me into understanding what I was looking for. My dedication to the purity of it, understanding that if you have a clear musical presentation, it unadulterated, it will be a good experience for people. Diversity will allow the body's intelligence to pick what it needs. Um, all of these things, right. So that's it. The mountains, the temperature, when we come to harvest, the temperature hits 0 and you're starting to get frost on the flower. And so the idea that keeping the resin below 4 degrees Celsius after harvest was something that the forest taught me. And so getting to the point where you could have a cured flower 8 years beyond its harvest and still have a very complex, where the flavors have recomposed themselves, they have not decomposed, and you're getting novel experiences that tap into the memory, that tap into something that we don't quite understand, is maybe ineffable, but is very much the spirit of the earth. This is all cool. And the fact that the woods and people in LA, the fact that people are still not keeping their resin at low temperatures as a very simple metric, shows that we've got work to do. So give thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Well put. I appreciate your perspective always. I feel like Adam's taking this shit pretty seriously. Adam's going deep down the rabbit hole. And your little dog is awesome. And there's Hugo. How are you, my friend? Oh, you're still muted. Here, let me ask you to unmute. It's easier when you're on a phone if someone pushes the unmute button, but it does show. There
There
you
we
are.
go. How
You're
you
good
doing,
now.
Marcus?
I'm doing good, Hugo. How are you doing?
Happy 420 there.
Yeah, man. Happy 420 to you as well. Hugo is the third partner of Hartley and Jordan out in New Brunswick there. So, yeah, Adam was just giving a beautiful spiel on how he's been affected by the information that Hash Church has been sharing for the last 11 years, and maybe some of the information I shared through the Bubble Bag Company, and some of the information that the forest and the biome and the mycorrhizosphere shared with him through his relationship with his mountain. And it was
Yeah.
just really quite lovely. And so it's perfect timing for you to come in and continue the conversation and share your obsession dash passion for the hashing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, regarding terroir and farms, we have been experiencing a lot of different resins from working with different farmers these past years. And it's amazing to see what terroirs can do to different genetics, and how genetics can express themselves differently in different terroirs, right? So I think that's definitely something that we are really um, basically looking forward to see this year with new farmers who are working and seeing what the resin comes out in the other end as bubble hash and rosins, right? So yeah, Jordan, my partner, is doing a lot of breeding currently as well. That we are eager to see these genetics basically perform in different uh, provinces around Canada, right? So that's kind of cool to see in the farm side during the period that you can farm in Canada, right? So yeah.
Very cool. I think of terroir. I love the concept. I got my light dep hat on today. I do believe in the biome and the mycorrhizosphere and that fungi intelligence. Yet at the same time, a ton of resin that I get, like 6 Star Beautiful, the resin we smoked the other day, was
Yeah.
grown indoors under, LED lights, Grandmaster lights. I think, this is probably a good question for you, Thomas, in the sense that, because Thomas recognizes quality as well. He's not ignorant to it in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time, instead of just acknowledging, like, oh, you can only grow the best cannabis out under the sun, he's been working tirelessly to design lights that help recreate some of these aromatic expressions in the plant. Because, I mean, we don't really need to grow more THC. Seems like we're good on that. It seems like everyone now, the real focus is aromatic volatiles, which I'm guessing the lights help express these compounds from the plant. So how do you kind of deal with that conversation, Thomas? Because I'm sure you must get pulled into it all the time where there's the outdoor regenerative farmer who wants to gain from the terroir. How do you recreate the terroir indoors with the help of lights?
Well, I think that all my research and everything that we've been researching basically says that to like the sun, obviously produces way better terps in or outside than it does indoors, and that's basically because it's got 25 to 30% blue and UV in it, and that's just kind of missing compared to most indoor. Like HBS has only like 4% blue. So, we've just been working to be able to give people that option. Like sometimes, outdoor, I've seen cultivars that almost grow undesirable. So too much, there is certain cultivars that can just take too much blue, but we're just trying to give that ability so people can do it indoors. So having that combination, like, so we've just kind of working on something to kind of bring that inside so people can crank up the blue if they want, or just kind of take control. Like, I truly believe if you're growing any cultivar to find the true genetic potential, you have to test it under multiple spectrums. We've just seen
Hmm.
such a difference when you can have like different expressions come from different spectrums. So if you have a cultivar you really like, I think, if you have some sort of test room or somewhere where you can test like 4 or 3 different spectrums that have way different ratios, you can really discover and see different things.
So much to see. I mean, I've seen so many plants, even like plants that people were trying to keep small that just kept kind of failing. And then they were like, oh, let's just grow one big. And it grew big and was just like, oh, I guess this is how this plant's supposed to grow. But yeah, it's definitely, for people, for the majority of us that don't have a field behind our house or a big greenhouse, I wish I did. It is a nice option to throw some lights over some plants and get your hands dirty, get into that sort of relationship of growing some plants. I'm hoping I'm putting some on my deck here in the next like couple of weeks as we roll into spring and maybe get 6 to 10 plants, maybe 20 even out on my deck and just that feeling of watering them every day and just taking care of them. I know you're building a grow right now, Thomas, so you'll be probably pretty busy this summer focusing on that, eh?
Yes, I was actually just at Remo's, not yesterday, the day before, and he gave me a bunch of
Nice.
autoflower seeds. So, anytime I've ever tried to grow outside, I've been unsuccessful. Like there's a couple times I've had cultivars that have finished in time. But I think in like BC, like if you're into Kush strains, like if you don't have a way of light depping, they just don't finish in time. So like I'm gonna try to grow a bunch of different autos. I really like how autos have evolved so much. Like, a lot of people used to kind of make fun of or laugh at auto flowers, and it's just like they are evolving and getting better and better and better. So I'm excited just to maybe grow. Like I'm allowed 27 plants outside, so I'm definitely going to be having 27 plants this year.
That's what's up. Yeah, shit.
Greening
I
up,
should maybe get some of those. Go ahead, whoever was
greening
talking.
up the indoors is a fantastic idea. Greening up our outside areas is great too. The agriculture in California needs to be greened up. You guys talk about this, Dr. Mark. There's been a lot of talk on previous hash churches about this idea of what are the inputs? You know, what is in the diet of the human body that generates our own 2-AG and anandamide from our gut biome. Those ingredients are fatty acids, short chain fatty, and amino acids. Those are the ingredients that allow our biome to produce our own endogenous endocannabinoids. For the plant, it is the sunlight, it is water, and it is the exudates of the biome around the root. So these things, this idea that there are specific dietary nutrients that lead to the optimal production in the glandular trichomes. This is not to be denied. Emulating what the sun is doing is very difficult. Plasma lights, possibly xenon. I was looking at last night, maybe xenon gas produces a very broad spectrum. It's very difficult. Even our atmosphere filters out a lot of the UV light that may be beneficial. And the idea that glass will filter out almost 90% of what is being produced inside the bulb. The sun on demand plasma lights, I think, are very promising. Of course, because of the ultraviolet and cataract development, you can't be present while they're on. But there's also a antimicrobial thing happening when those lights burn. But just the idea that if the goal is most diverse terpenes, that this us emulating it inside, we should attempt to do, because creating a garden everywhere is a fantastic idea. But we maybe will never get to what it's going to do outside. And even the idea of selecting out and feeding direct things of us as tacticians, save the plant in the forest that is just going to get what it needs if things are present. And rolling those flavors into one extraction, rolling a field of 10 different flavors into one extraction, creating a hyper diversity of terpenes, and then just allowing the body to choose what it needs. I love this. The idea of nutrient, the idea that our body builds the endocannabinoid systems, neurotransporters via the indoles and phenols. Those are products of the biome, and the cannabinoids, the 2-AG and anandamide and others. And the plant, it's a miracle that it is doing this. It is the most assimilatable nutritional supplement that exists. So very cool. Keep it up. Let's bring the sun indoors if we can.
I think having like a mixed spectrum of having indoor lighting and the sun is going to be like that holy grail. You know, it's
Glass roofs.
Yeah, I think that
Glass roofs on the buildings. It's not more expensive than the metal glazings.
yeah.
well, the agricultural buildings, I think, is something. And hey, happy 420 to everybody. Happy to be here with y'all. I think that's what I'm working towards in New York, is this idea of an agricultural building that is mixed, air quotes, mixed light, right? And it allows us these controls that allow us to grab the tool set of spectrum, right? Let's just call it that. So we have the ability to use it, and I think that's really important as we move forward. Is, we've spent a lot of money in our industry per square footage for things that were not necessarily correct. And whether it's HVAC, whether it's your lighting, insert here, whatever. But it's just called environmental controls. And I think if you can work with traditional, modalities such as, taking your HVAC and then taking reheat technology to it, and then adding something like your lights to the agricultural roof, you have a tool set that allows you to get to where you're at on set points and PPD and PPFD and all the things that you have to monitor on a minute to minute basis, right? Second to second basis sometimes. But it all goes back to the idea of better performance for the plants, right? Like what we're after, I think, is better performance. And whether or not that is those environmental controls are helpful, are very clear through data. We know that's helpful. So it's, we're talking about things that we can't get around at this stage. Like we don't have the luxury of not paying attention to this stuff and regulation. And then even if you're not in regulation, you should be paying attention to this because it helps you grow better resin, right? Because that's ultimately what we're all after, the same thing. So that's my piece on it. But I also quickly wanted to shout out a guy that I met on Wednesday night at the Allman Brothers family band, and he passed me a jar of rosin, and we started talking, and we started to just exchange numbers, and I was like, "Man, we talked in 2018, and we talked about you starting to make hash," and he's like, "Yeah, now I have my own thing in Michigan, and blah blah blah." And he gave me this jar, and he said it's the Zazul that I'm submitting to the Masters of Rosin, and he just texted me that he took third place with it. So I want to give a big shout out to Superlative Solventless and Riddy out of New York for coming big with, placing, it just shows that just time and perseverance and growing good resin and working at your craft, you can start to participate in things that you want to participate. If it's a contest, if it's a session, whatever, it doesn't have to be an award, but it's just go after it. And this is a cool full circle moment for me because we were just at a show. All of a sudden, this guy's like, "Smell this, check it out," and it's cool to see that. Because that's what this is about. It's about passing on the knowledge so the next gen can hold that torch. So big love to Riddy and his team over there.
Word. Thanks for sharing, Colin. I know Colin's going to go for a little hike here and he'll be back
Yeah.
soon to chat with us.
Shout out Colin, making great art consistently with Vessel. Shout out Johnny B. It's great to see you sitting up straight and looking good.
I
Oh
do.
man, how cool.
Thank you. I'm going to go out for a bit. I'm going to go take a walk, go visit my father in his resting place, and I'll come back. Good to see everybody. Happy 420. I'll be back.
Say hi to Pops
Peace,
from
y'all.
the whole of Hash Church.
I will. He'll appreciate it. I'm going to hold one high next to him.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, you are. That's what's up. Johnny B. How you doing, Johnny B?
Fantastic, guys. Happy 420. It's like the best day of the universe is right here, right now, at this time with all you guys. I just want to give blessings and love and enjoying this day. I'm actually celebrating a good friend of ours, Marco Rendo's life, who passed away yesterday.
I
Uh,
heard.
I got all these beautiful pipes around me right now. I've grabbed from him and all of these beautiful trophies and great things that Marco represented and talked about a lot for patients' rights and for patients' access.
Yep.
Really voicing patients out there and letting them voice what was working for them, what strains were working for them, how it was working for them, and gave us a place where we can really connect and talk how we talk here, like House Church. Now we talk about light recipes, which is really, I really want to talk about you guys. It really is the future, is light recipes. And when you talked about that, so it's just great to see how far we've come, guys. You know what? And great to be here. Yes.
Awesome, Johnny B. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, RIP to Marco. He had the Treating Yourself magazine and event. I will never forget the time Dave Watson had him pied at one of his events. That was pretty wild. He had these two girls pied Marco Rendo after Marco Rendo. It wasn't really Marco's like thing, but he had posted an article by this guy by the name of Joseph Petrie, who was not the nicest dude in our industry. And he wrote this scathing, like slanderous article on Skunkman Sam, as well as myself, actually. I was thrown in there for good measure as well. In fact, in that article, I think it says Dave Watson, aka Skunkman Sam, created the Bubble Man. There's actually a sentence in that article that says that. And I remember being like, damn, this is like This is wild. Like there's like articles being written. I guess Dave had been experiencing it for many, many years, but for me it was a first, and so that's what led to the harmless experience of having a plate full of whipped cream thrown into your face by a girl that was just happening to walk by. So that was a weird experience back in the day. That was one of my experiences that I remember with Marco. I definitely went to his Treating Yourself events, and he had his magazine for a while that was quite good. He had quite a glass collection. He really did support the glass community in a big way. He had an absolutely insane um, glass collection. So maybe him and Dave are laughing about it, puffing one right now. So many lost soldiers in the industry and the community. Seems like a lot in the last 4 or 5 years, but yeah. Welcome to Brian from Best Friend Farms and Etienne Fontaine. I like to say Etienne Fontaine as he's lighting his joint. Go back on many hash church. You'll see. I line it up every time. Trust me. Trust me. So I
Happy
think we need,
420, everybody.
yes, happy 420. I spoke about you earlier today. In fact, while I'm saying what I'm saying, I want to share a few plants. Mojave had to go and eat mushrooms and take a hike in the Mojave Desert. But he did leave some pictures of his mutant Cambodian plant. And so that is it right there. How trippy is that, hey? I want to share one more actually. This one right
Wow, that,
here.
that looks a little bit like what we called the Mama Kush, or this very grapey, um, sometimes larfy version. I mean,
Yeah,
what a wicked looking resin.
for
It's a
real.
comb head. It's amazing.
As a macro photographer, I do appreciate the novelty. It's funny how on one side, what we really want to do is create stability. But on the other side, we want to look for mutants and trippy novel expressions that are like, that's different. It reminds me of Johnny from Huckleberry Farms who came in and talked about the white thorn rose and how he found what was it? I always forget the name of the terpene. Oh, what Diana?
Bissable, right?
What's that?
Bissabile,
No,
or
no,
What
it's
does
no,
it
not.
no,
taste
No,
no.
like?
no,
What's
it's
the
diadiane or something. It's
what is it? What's the flavor of it?
like floral and like I don't want to say geranium like because it's not that particular terpene.
Yeah, it was the dying one.
I'm gonna have to look it up. Because listen, this we can do this. This is not impossible. We have the internet. Huckleberry Farms White Thorn Rose. Let's see what that terpene is called. Ba, 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 ba. I guess I might have to punch in terpene as well because it didn't. It's Paradise Punch crossed with Lemon OG. Yeah, I'm gonna go terpene, so it just tells me the terpene.
I'm
And the
gonna guess it
terpene,
ends in "ene."
it kind of does. Um,
I think man, the complexity, the unique ones,
It's
the
a
fact
dying. It's a sesquiterpene, right?
I believe so. Yeah, Huckleberry Farms White Thorn Rose. What is the dominant? Okay,
Yeah, it's a dying.
here we go.
Dr. Mark, great
Yes.
seeing you. Is
Hey,
do I have
Adam,
a
what's up,
question?
man? How you doing,
What is
buddy?
what is happening? I'm doing fantastic. I've enjoyed listening to churches and just wanting to ask you questions every single time. Um, a lot of these the idea that maybe what we're getting is like early terpenes or the myrcene dominant things or the where the sesquas or the novel flavors are maybe diversity that happens when these compounds are melting into one another. And even as perfumists, if we can take those and combine them, we will get, maybe great effect versus the isolation. And also have some questions for you about the metabolic chain of these compounds. Like, does everything begin at CBDA and progress all the way to THC delta 9? Or is it more two pathways of CBD and the THC. Um, but and
You
the
mean
anthocyanins
you
that
mean
presented in that,
CBG, right?
what's that?
You mean CBG, right? Not CBD, right?
Well, all of them. Are they all different ripenesses of the same compound at different metabolic phases? That's maybe my main question.
Yeah. Well, the on the biosynthetic pathway, after olivotolic acid gets prenolated, um, it becomes CBGA, which is the starting material that then three synthases can act on. You have your THCA synthase, your CBDA synthase, and your CBCA synthase, and these things are made in the trichome that convert the CBGA onto these last three compounds in the pathway. So I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
It's all good, and I'm mainly looking at my understanding that we want to be consuming our fruit at the optimal ripeness right before it
Right.
falls off the tree. The flower that Marcus showed had anthocyanins and the purples coming out, and I very
Yeah.
much understand the medicinal quality. Again, there's value in unripe fruit, but much like a green banana does not serve you, it's full of starch, where the almost squished browning banana is perfect for consumption because it has
Right.
converted the sugars.
Right.
And also, I'm curious about CBD being a possible antagonist to the ECS versus the Delta 9 being an agonist. Um, are we being allowed to have, or is CBD promoted beyond its use and maybe not activating patients as needed? Um,
Yeah.
and and just so a lot of the compound ideas, me understanding more the nutritional inputs that lead to the body making its own compounds that it needs. The plant doing this is industry harvesting too young, is our trying to push the CBD and the THCA, so maybe I have a lot of questions. And is our target the Delta 9? Is our target diversity in compounds versus trying to isolate to find what the patient needs? These are some thoughts that came up as I've been listening to you the past couple of weeks, but not expecting any answer, more just enjoying the idea that nature and diversity are two things that really will allow the human body to get what it needs. Um, yeah.
Selena dying. That's
So
what it was. This is in the chat. A bunch of people, CH put it up a couple of times. It is
Is
the
it in
precursor to
gardenia?
sesquiterpenes. Selena dying. So that's a super rare one.
yeah.
It was how that conversation got started. Ryan Chimera came in and he was talking about the phytofacts that he helped Napro do. And he was, there's a very specific group of terpenes, and it's kind of the majority of what SC Labs had been seeing over and over and over again in California throughout tens of thousands of tests. And Johnny from Huckleberry Farms, the guy who's got the white thorn rose, came in and he's like, "Well, you know what? That phytofax, it doesn't really help me." And Ryan was kind of like, "What do you mean it doesn't help you?" And then he kind of figured out like, "Oh, this guy has this rare dominant terpene that or sesquiterpene terpenoid that makes it just unique and novel." And so for me, I heard this white thorn rose. First, I heard it in Spain when I was meeting my new partners from Maryland. And my buddy Seth was like, "It's the best flower I've ever smoked." I just smoked it in California. And then more and more people started talking about it. And then literally 48 hours later, Johnny, the owner of the cultivar, was on Hash Church thanks to Craig from Alpenglow Farm. So small little cannabis community we have here that brought that white thorn rose kind of in front of us. But afterwards, Ryan was like, "Let me offer my help in any way that I can with this cultivar that you have." And I think that it's going to be very much when Adam was asking Dr. Mark, "What's the direction?" It's like, well, the direction is easy. It's follow your nose. It's always follow your nose. And so
Taste the rainbow.
the direction is for sure going to be aromatic volatiles, right? The ones that get our mouths watering before we even try them. So there's so many different ways to go about that. And I think the same way Johnny has this very unique cultivar that expresses a high percentage of this selenodiene, so too do other people. Oh, Caleb's got some live rosin. Nice, dude. Taking rips of the whitethorn rose rosin, live hash rosin. So to me, that's the most exciting thing. And anyone and everyone can play. What does it involve doing? Go out and find something that's different and unique. And maybe, maybe do things that are different and unique. We all have our nose that we can follow. And I follow my nose very much the way I follow the nose on my snowboard when I'm ripping down a mountain. It's through my soul. My soul chooses the line and it keeps me safe and it keeps me irie. And I do the same thing with my nose and cultivars. So lots of people out there, you're looking for something special? Find it with your nose. I don't think 33% THCA is going to be that something special personally. But
I
yeah.
very much want to hear from Ms. Cherry Blossom and Caitlin, and shout out Heavy Ice. I mean, it's beautiful seeing all these people. I do want to kind of talk about the plant, talk about one thing I've been doing over the last 20 years is we ended on this coffee from Kaya's Coffee crossed into all of the flavors we had. And what is the skunk? Is it the ossamine? Is it the humulene? What are those? Just a little shout out to Skunk Man.
Sulfides.
Sulfides?
Yes. Yes. Thiolated, prenolated sulfides.
Yeah.
Now that's interesting because the sulfurification and the sulfur in our bodies, this is the vitamin D chain. This is what takes sun and at the level of our epidermis converts the nutrient vitamin D into energy. So that's interesting that also in the skunk, which feels very sunshiny to me, and also is a very maybe the most psychedelic of the Wolf Mountain coffee, I would say, is a sweet skunk. And I've just had, so that's interesting, Mark. I do want to understand more. Is the humulene and ossamine a part of that, or am I off base there? What are those flavors?
No, so there's a compound that's just basically it has an isoprene unit in it. It's just prenyl sulfide, and these compounds dimerize, and they also get incorporated into other molecules. And the guys at Abstracts have found out that that's kind of like the stinky molecule that can easily flavor kind of like a tropical citrus into a more gassier essence, and really kind of like cut back on the fruitiness, still have that same, top note, but really kind of, come in with that, gassy thing that we all knew was a sulfur compound, right? And we've talked about this on Hash Church, right, with Nick, right, Bubble Man?
Yes,
And
we did.
yeah, and we're going to be doing a volatile organic.
Dude, it can't come soon enough for me, bro. This is like a hard show to organize. It's so slow. Even right now, it seems like it's in the ethers. We haven't talked about it recently enough. I want to rein that one in really sooner than later because I think we could do 20 shows on that. And
Yeah.
it would be a sad situation if we miss that opportunity. Before you go back to starting, Dr. Mark, which I will let you do in 1 minute. It was quite some years ago, Adam. I just punched in to the internet, like, what is the smell of skunk? And it basically says it's three primary thiols. It's E2-butane 1-thiol, it's 3-methyl 1-butane thiol, and it's 2-quinoline methanethiol. So those are the three that make up the skunks. And I actually saw
Wait.
that.
Did you say butane? Wait.
Yeah, butane thiol. One
And
butane, three.
that would be the
It's a
off. I would
hydrocarbon,
think
yes.
I would think that would be the off-putting defense mechanism aspect of it, of when you get too much. And the methyl rings that you mentioned speak to why it feels psychedelic and uh, asserts the alertness and awakeness and affects the mind. Um, yeah, that's really interesting.
Well, the other compound that they found in there too is something called scatol, which is a indole compound, kind of like more like a DMT looking molecule. And it literally has the essence of outhouse, it's like the smell of shit, so it's like, yeah, if you think
Scatol is
about
hilarious.
why the human nose would develop uh, a sense of that smells like shit. Maybe we should stay away from that, right?
Those thiols are a dime a dozen.
Well,
Well,
and so the cool thing is because they're in there it's such a small, like unlike the terpenes are in there like at like 1%, half a percent. These things are in there like at a couple orders of magnitude lower because our nose is so sensitive. That's why they use it as a odorant in natural gas, right? Natural gas is actually odorless. They actually put
Yeah,
these thiols into natural gas so you'll
they
smell
do.
well,
the
Sulfur
but
gas.
compounds.
they're not putting plant derived thought. They're putting a synthetic.
No, no.
They're putting something that is very toxic, a toxic version of these things.
Yeah,
In
probably,
natural
yeah.
gas, it's the mercaptanoids. That's really
Yeah.
what you're smelling.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Which
Dr.
are what? Accumulative in the body?
I
So
don't
I
know.
think the reason why forest bathing is a treatment and why smelling the rose, stop and smell the flowers is a treatment for mental dysfunction. And why, we are starved. Generally the market isn't getting these indoles and phenols and terpenes in their product. They're elusive. They'll vaporize at above 5 degrees Celsius. And so Dr. Mark, part of I work for a nutritionist and she had me research this directly. And when I found the Stanford reports of who are studying the biome and how the short chain fatty acids and amino acids are producing these esters and indoles and phenols in our gut, and if at all the elements are not present in the diet or for any reason it's been interrupted, such as low hydrochloric acid in the stomach or low bile. There's a lot of reasons why people, and maybe our main autoimmune dysfunction that we're seeing is from malabsorption. The Ozempic is literally people taking salicylate salts, all the SSRIs. They offend our production of our own endocannabinoids. They cause malabsorption even after those pharmaceuticals cease to be used. Now, why supplementing? This brings the idea of supplementing with micro amounts of cannabinoid and terpenes may be enough to edify the system, to jumpstart it, to supplement it after its ability to do it itself has been removed. And okay, one last thing, and thank you. And I'm sorry for talking so much. I'm very excited. Um, uh, the right, small amounts of these, what I would call neurotransporters, the things that help nutrient and neurotransmitters that are produced in the gut get across the barriers into the bloodstream to the neurons, to the brain, and also allow us to move things within our body back out. This is a great case to having these flavors in the diet, is that it helps us. Let's say you've, I don't know, done something insane like injected plasticized DNA via vaccine into your bloodstream. The only way you're going to encourage the body to avoid that is with indoles, phenols, terpenes, and short chain fatty acids. Um, thank God we have the plant. I mean, come on.
Yes, indeed. Thank God we have the plant. Well, you mentioned a while ago that you wanted to hear from Belle and Caitlin, and then we never heard from them. So, Caitlin, maybe you have something you want to share with us on this wonderful 420?
I'm just
How's the
making sure that
Cougars?
there wasn't a question there. Is there a question there?
I think it was a question statement, but we'll get back to it.
Okay.
I wanted to take the opportunity to say hi to everyone. Happy 420. Happy Easter. What a great combination of days. Thanks for having me here, Marcus. It's always an honor to be on the show and to sit with all of you wonderful folks. I feel very, very honored to be part of this crew. It's really something special. My cannabis journey has taken me to very interesting places and to meet very awesome people. And really it's just a pleasure to be here. And I love these such in-depth conversations. Sometimes I feel so far, it feels so far over my head, but then I just am learning and absorbing and taking in all of this beautiful information that I can take back to my own lab and take back to my own learning and say thank you to everybody. Light and love to all of you. I want to say shout out to the Sauce Rosin boys. Nice to see you all. Hello. Congratulations for making it into BC. That's a huge, big deal. I also wanted to say shout out to Cherry Blossom and all the female hash makers. There's not enough of us who are out there calling it out and giving recognition to each other. It's such a big deal that we can bond together as females in this industry and say, go team, go. It's really a pleasure. So happy 420, everyone.
Awesome, Caitlin. Look at that. You got a standing ovation.
Oh, thanks, everybody. I'm very honored to be here, as usual.
And shout out to Belle, another
Thank
female
you for
hash
that. I
maker.
was trying to unmute myself. Thank you. Shout out to you, girl. It's really hard, as a, especially, as a woman, not only a woman of color, it is very difficult. It is very difficult in this industry, to really not be somebody's girlfriend or, that just the chick there. Like it took me years to really like put it out there that like, you know, I'm in this for my brain space. And a lot of us women have to, I find that I have to work 3 times harder,
Yes.
5 times harder. And I'm also a martial artist. And, I'm super humbled because I fucking lose every day. I'm a tiny girl and I'm going against these big dudes and they don't have to go 100%, but because of my height, my weight, I'm, petite, I got to go 110% with these fools every night, which means I got to be more athletic. I can't just be chilling. And I find that is the case in my daily life as a hash maker, as a woman. I just find that we really got to stand our ground. And we also have to, it's also like the choice of people that we surround ourselves with in terms of the supportive men versus the not supportive men. I don't have time for the not supportive men. I got really lucky to have a mentor who constantly stood up for me. People are like, "Oh, your little assistant is cute," and he's like, "That's not my assistant. That's my apprentice. She's my first apprentice. She lives with me and my wife. She travels with us. She does workshop. Every time, I have this mentor who would constantly stand up for me. I have a partner who is a black belt in jujitsu, constantly like, no, she's really good at jujitsu. I have my lab partner, Rosin Ricardo, which you will see here in a second. He's running around, but the guys that I work with here are constantly like, you're a badass. You got this. Like you're working circles around people. And I learned to just really to surround myself with those people and those kind of that kind of energy, because it's a two-way street. I'm constantly big upping them and supporting them, but it's nice that to have that support from the other guys. So I definitely just a big shout out to the ladies in the industry, and our connection with that female plant.
It's so
Absolutely.
so important. I don't know about you, but for me, a lot of people thought I was just the face of my company and not the maker behind my company. But really, I've been the maker for the whole time that we've existed. And a lot of people, when I would meet them, would ask me very technical questions right off the hop to try and like fool me, is how it felt, to make so that they could find out that it was in fact not me. And I'd be able to carry these technical conversations with them. And I could see sort of the perspective change from them being like, oh, she's just the girl trying to sell the product. And then I turn around and answer all these questions and hit them back with technical questions. And then I think I could see people start to realize, oh no, in fact, she does know what she's talking about. And I managed to build myself a lot of credit by just knowing my part and knowing how much I love this plant and the passion that I have for it. But it was a very complicated place to try and build myself up when everybody always just thought, oh no, she's just the face, she's just the seller, she's just, they want to make it sound like it's a girl so that they can get more traction. Well, no, actually it's me. And I've been able to hold my ground with a lot of those people and really say, no, I'm the one doing the thing. It's been quite an interesting journey to get here. I wonder, have you experienced anything like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like, I don't know if you ever seen that movie Ford versus Ferrari, but you got in the company Ford, back in the day when they were inventing, when they were joining, they started making race cars. They had, you can see the dynamic of the car guys, the business guys who think they're car guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the car guys who build the cars.
Yes.
And a lot of the times, I feel like I'm in that situation where, female or not, it's like as a hash maker or as somebody in this industry, we constantly deal with those people who are like, they're definitely the business people and they feel a connection with cannabis. But then there's the cannabis people who are outlaws. So being like a female outlaw, it's kind of like constantly like, oh my gosh, constantly trying to explain like, yes, I may be female, I may be outlaw, but I definitely, it's a lot of, there's a lot of metrics. I mean, especially if you start shooting numbers. I mean, I've pulled over, and this is a low ball estimate, 1,000,000 grams in the past 4 years, 1,000,000 grams of bubble hash. It's like, no wonder my back hurts pulling those packs. But it's hard to argue with those metrics. It's like, you can't take that experience away from us, female or male. When you've been doing this, when you have been washing, when you have been processing, when you have been growing, and you have been doing that work, no one can ever take that away from you. No one, there's no arguing. No one can take away that time. No one can take away that experience. You know what you know. You've experienced what you experienced. You have the metrics that you have, and it's just like, at this point, it's constantly like there's just no arguing with somebody who's just done it for a very long time. So I commend you for, hanging in there and dealing, putting in the hard work, because it's not like it's easy work. And for all of you guys listening, even the guys know this is not easy work. And especially if you're doing hash on a big level, or you're processing, you're growing on a big level. I started as a farmhand. I started hauling amendments. My brother's plants, they were fucking like 9 feet, 10 feet high, 6 feet, fucking 4 feet wide. He had these big ass pots, and we had and it was kind of like on a hill. We had to haul those amendments by hand in buckets, and 5-gallon buckets, and even in hash, you're hauling ice, you're wet all day, you're cold all day. And if you live in a cold environment, you go outside, it's still wet and cold. You go back inside, you're working wet and cold. Sometimes this work will break you.
Where are you doing the work, Bella? Where are you guys located?
I'm here in Heritage, Mendocino. We're Heritage Hash Co. We're here in Ukiah, Ukiah, California, 2 hours north of San Francisco. It's a very time where I can I'm actually at my shop right now. So this is the store. It's 4:20, so it is very busy right now. But this is the lab. So this is where we make it. This is our big dairy tank. It was a DCI tank. It was made for mixing dairy, like curd. It used to have this 2-inch drain at the bottom, but we welded a 4-inch drain, a sanitary weld. So we just use ice, water, no bags inside.
How do you empty that thing?
That looks amazing. What a nice shop.
pipe right here. We empty it like the toilet theory. So you just get the vortex going at a very low RPM and you open the valve. And I have these catchment baskets right here that basically just steamer baskets that I put into these that we drain into, and we catch the material. We just empty out the material and we dump it into a tote. And then we send it to the city compost pile. But yeah, just ice water, weed, no bags, and we just drain out into these. I don't know if peer pressure is around anymore, but these were the fruitless systems. I don't know if you guys heard anything about that, but I think I can't get my paper from them anymore.
It appears
I'm
your
not sure
hard
where they went.
it appears your hard work is really paying off. Your shop looks amazing.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a team effort. It's not just me. Like I said, we have had Richard here. He's really does a lot of the post processing because I handle a lot of the bubble making, temple balls. And then we got Kyle and we got Coral and Ashley, and we got a really good team here. And I also have Clarice, who came down from Washington. She's like my understudy, so it's a team effort. We have Jared, solventless sanctuary. We do a little bit of everything. Do some hash, some pressed hash. Right now we got let's see here. We got some vape ready decarbing right here in the little toaster oven. It's hard to see quality of it right now. So we do a little bit of everything, rosin, hash, and yeah, great way to celebrate 420.
I
In the
love the
lab.
store on the other side of the lab. That is super cool.
Yeah, we definitely got the wave down. Our word is eyes. Everyone says eyes, so you're not picking your nose or you're looking professional. We got the wave going. It's good. It's really nice though, because when customers have a question, they'll come and ask like, "Why are you doing that?" or "What's up with this?" And it's kind of nice, especially being Frenchie's apprentice. We
Yelling
definitely.
ice, yelling ice in a workplace might be something
Oh
you
no,
want to.
eyes like EYE.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
eyes. Like we have eyes on us.
Okay, I misheard it. I thought you were saying ice.
Oh no, no, no. No, no. EYES, eyes. Like we have eyes on us. So we'll say eyes just when somebody's standing here at the window, just so we're aware. Sometimes I swear to God, I'll turn around and someone's standing there and I'm like, "Oh my fucking God." Like, it's like startles me. It's like, "Oh my God, someone's standing there." But it's a really cool experience, and we're really about cleanliness. We keep our cleanliness in our lab pretty pretty seriously here,
Where are
but
you
yeah,
guys
it's been a fun
located? Like,
experience.
is this like a industrialized zone like the other businesses that you're neighbors with, or like
Not
what
really.
what's
I mean,
outside the
so
building?
so outside, and this is the first lab I've ever had where, I've got to see outside. My whole experience has always been in a Connex. But it's kind of industrial. There's a little housing, there's some housing, we got a fish market across the street. So it's like residential slash industrial, I guess you could say.
Ukiah is good vibes. Pretty immaculate location. Clean is the new green, next to godliness. So it shows that you keep your shop pristine. That's very cool. And your
Thank
store.
you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it
I
looks
appreciate
beautiful.
that very, very much. And
They're on
we were
Hash Church and
also,
they don't even know it.
I know, I know so many people walked in like, man, that voice, like Marcus, when you're talking, you can see a bunch of the heads kind of be like, that guy sounds really familiar. It's funny because you're like, on speakerphone. But this is our smoking lounge. We are the first in the city limits of Ukiah to offer a outdoor smoking area. So we were really stoked about that, to be able to change the local laws and legislation around around open consumption in our area.
That's cool.
Yeah, really, really beautiful spot. And I can say,
Thank you.
Val, I can say, I came to one of your classes way in Vermont when you came here, I think a few years ago, and she runs a great class, gotta say, and very cool to see the lab.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. And it's always awesome to like reconnect with people from classes, just kind of like randomly through things like this. Or I remember when I bumped into Marcus randomly in Canada on a stairwell. It was the first time I ever met Marcus, and it was just like right there on the stairs, like, oh my gosh, hey, dude, what's
Yeah,
up?
that was a trip. I had my son with me that day too, which was super
Oh,
rare. Yeah.
oh, that's cool.
He was
Yeah,
downstairs having tea and crumpets with whoever he was sitting with.
nice. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, no, that was a good time. Good to bump into you there in Toronto. I can't wait to get back to the US and kind of cruise around and bump into people. It's really been too long. I bump into everyone in Amsterdam or Barcelona or Berlin or these different countries, but I got to get back down to the US. It's really been too long.
Yeah,
So
well, I
yes,
know there's a lot of people that you probably have a lot of stops when you get here.
oh my God, a massive amount. No, I wanted to give a shout out to the woman hash makers in our community when they were talking about that earlier. True trailblazers, embodying strength, creativity, and dedication in every aspect of their craft.
They are
You,
blazers of their own trail.
they are, you know what? That's a really good quote, dude. Their passion
Yeah,
for protect. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, where's Jen? Where's Jen Doe?
I sent her a link. It's in the email. So I sent the link to like 60 people today. So, not everyone can always make it. And the people that can make it, I thought this is just a good old fun 420 episode where we can tell stories. We can go visit Bell's lab. We can, listen to cool stories from Adam on Wolf Mountain with his puppies just playing in the background.
No, well, we appreciate as women, we appreciate the as a woman, I appreciate the sentiment of people appreciating our work, our contribution. I know that women fought very hard, especially in the United States alone, women died so that I could vote. There's a lot of things where women really suffered so we could really do what we do today. But it's you guys that are always so supportive. And every time that question comes up to me about, I get that a lot in a lot of interviews or a lot of articles, or I get the, how have you felt being a female in the cannabis industry? And honestly, like I'll have to say the cannabis guys, I have to say the cannabis guys have always been a lot more chill than a lot of other guys in a lot of different types of industries. If I were in the contracting world, this would be a different story. Um, those guys are pretty rough. They're pretty hardcore. Same with that kind of Wolf of Wall Street. If you're on Wall Street kind of thing, that suit life, I dabbled a little of that in my early 20s. That suit life is just different, and I traveled around the world, and I have to say I've definitely made an observation about Western men are a lot kinder to women, a lot more respectful, a lot more like more often than not. I've so I just always really appreciate it. I have two older brothers. I had a great mentor. I work with a bunch of guys. So I just really appreciate all the really strong, men that back the women too. Because it's a two-way street. You need the male and female plants.
I want to go on record just to say that I love women, okay? And Wolf Mountain was started by a woman, and she is not very often seen, but we are a female-run operation. And I'm going to come visit your shop, Ms. Bell, because I really like what you guys have produced, and I want to see more of it. But yeah, I love women, okay? That's I want that to be known. And Josh and Kelly, wow. I love seeing you guys. Holy cow. I miss you. I love watching your travels. Um, you're the best. It's great to see you.
Yeah, and shout out again to you, Caitlin. You know, big ups to you for what you do. And big ups to all the women who, we know them in our hearts and minds, who the badasses are.
Thank you so much. That means a lot coming from you.
Yeah, and you too, both ways.
We're very lucky to get to do what we do, aren't we?
Yeah, yeah. When you get to do something you love, you don't ever really work a day in your life.
No, exactly. When I'm in my lab
Yeah.
and I'm making hash, like we don't have a storefront like you do, but there's a lot of people in my facility. There's other activities going on. And sometimes I get so lost in the activity. I'm like dancing to my music and making the hash and doing all this stuff. And then part of me is like, oh wait, people are watching, which is fine. But I sometimes get that same thing when people are at the window, like, oh wait, people can see me right now. I'm not just at home. I'm just like really feeling the vibe and getting into it. And then I sort of remember that there's people around. It's such a beautiful thing, and we're so lucky to get to do it. I can spend hours and hours in there. It's wonderful. We're in
Yeah.
a BC called Nelson. Not too many people know where it is. We're a nice, beautiful hub here. Not a lot of people. We're very lucky, surrounded by mountains and water, and very close to Dragonfly. It's a beautiful place to be.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's cool.
And we're lucky enough to sell across all of Canada now, so it's huge.
Thank you,
Nice.
Hell
Caitlin.
yeah.
And thank you, High Fidelity and the Nelson crew. And yeah, I mean, everything we ever see from High Fidelity is of highest grade. And it's
Oh, yeah.
super powerful in flavor and beautiful in consistency.
Oh,
And the
thanks.
passion in the crews, super noticed, super noticed.
And I have smoked both of your ladies' hash and amazing. I can honestly say that, Belle. Definitely have had a lot of servings of your hash around and in time and have just,
in the
it
community.
stood out. It absolutely
Thank
stood out.
you.
You too, girl. I'm
Well,
always really excited when you're around.
as you guys know really well, I just don't mess the hash up. It really is the plant. It is the grower. And I know part of it is the hash maker. I'm just really good at not messing it up. And also shout out to Rosin Ricardo. This is the guy that I've been giving big ups to. He just walked into the lab ready to go. But he's definitely, I don't take all the credit for it because he definitely does everything with me along with right now Clarice and Jared, and everyone in this building really. So it's a big team effort here.
Every time you say Clarice, I hear it in Anthony Hopkins' voice. I'm old, right? You ever see that movie? Clarice. Clarice. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Shout out to
Yeah.
Clarice. Shout out to Rosin Ricardo. Did you just say?
Yes.
Well, shout out to
Rosin
you, bro.
Ricardo.
You're on Hash Church, bro. Happy
And then we
420.
got solventless and Mendo, which is Jared. He'll be in a little bit. And then we got Clarice Melts. And
Clarice
it's like,
Melts. Love it.
yeah, it's awesome. And it's awesome. She's a mother, she's definitely a mother. And I love empowering, mothers doing what we do. It's like, you're badass. You can hang. Like, this isn't easy. This is a big machine. That's a lot of ice. It's a lot of water. It's a lot of material. It's heavy. So it's badass to see, like
That's popcorn for the
empowering.
moms. That's popcorn for the
Yeah.
moms. I got to shout out my wife as we're giving props to women because I could not do what I do without my wife at all in any way, shape, or form. I could not do it. She is the whole reason that Bubble Bags as a company exists, and she is definitely the rock of our family that holds everything together. And she is beyond a badass in the way that she gets shit done and how much she can get done. And at any given time, with 3 children and running the household and also having to deal with me, that can't be easy. So shout out to my wife, Charlene. 36 years
Aw.
together this year, and hopefully at least 36 more. Thank you, sweetie.
Well, that's awesome. Well, Charlene, that's awesome. Good to hear that.
Got to give her props. I don't give her enough props. I got to give her flowers publicly as often as possible. So that's what that was all about. Thank you guys for inspiring me to give props to the ladies and to give props to the moms. And welcome, Dragonfly Earth Medicine in the house. Nice to see you guys.
Thank you so much. You have a really beautiful family, Marcus, and we appreciate, that you keep that nucleus going and you're out always, playing with them and connecting with them, and the connection that you have with your kids and your wife is special. We love you and we appreciate that from
Oh
you
yeah,
and
dude.
your
I
family.
was I was electric skateboarding with Tanner yesterday. He's like big enough to operate his own now, so we were booting up and down Lions Bay Avenue on the electric skateboards. It was perfection.
That's amazing. Well, we're here in Berlin right now, and we were just at the big 420 Fest at the Brandenburg Gate, which
Ah, the
is
Brandenburg.
yeah, we're at the Brandenburg. And it was a huge celebration, totally amazing. Hip hop artists from all over Germany and Austria
And
reggae artists and huge crew of people came out, and a lot of activists and political people and
amazing growers,
the
incredible
police are really
flavors.
taking care that everybody was having a good time. And it was just super special. What a beautiful crew of these Germans out here.
And it's right in front of the Parliament building, and it's right in front of where the wall was. And they really don't have a lot of any events here, evidently. Like this is like the one event they
Dude,
even allow.
it's the US and British embassies are right there as well, right next to like
And
the college.
the wall was right in front of us. So we were talking about like,
Yep.
wow, we're right in front of where the wall came down, and now we're watching the wall of cannabis come down and see, people just buying, being able to purchase cannabis and in the area on the tele market there. I mean, the tele websites.
You can
Telemedical.
text your bro, who's your pharmacist, your local bro pharmacist, and 10-20 minutes later, anywhere in Berlin, something's going to be delivered
if
to your
that.
door.
Yeah, no, it's
Listen,
super.
it's like 5 minutes. No, we were tripping on this last year at the ICBC because this guy had a QR code and it was kind of new last year, and he was passing it around, and my one buddy was like, "Well, how?" Everyone was bragging about how fast it was, and we were standing right out in front of the Adlon Hotel, which is the hotel that's right out in front of the Brandenburg. And that's the hotel that Michael Jackson held the baby off the balcony and shook it.
Shit.
Right? That's the balcony that like
Oh,
Hitler
God.
took from the Jewish family and made it like the Nazi headquarters for and during World War, like
It's a power
crazy
spot.
shit. It's a crazy place, dude.
The portal.
And that weed showed up like in minutes. It was under 5 minutes, right in front of the Avalon Hotel. This dude just rolled up on like a little motorcycle. We're just like, holy shit,
And
Berlin.
that's yeah, so we're, out here making connections with all of these, amazing doctors and pharmacists, and being able to represent like the living soil and the different, people in Canada who are really wanting to get out into Europe. And it's a pretty special moment in time. We're getting ready to go to Czech Republic next weekend. And Marcus, you were wanted that for also the Calyx Cup, because there's
Calyx Cup,
Calyx
Conapex.
And then the Conapex is the conference. So Pavel's really amazing, who runs the Conapex conference, and it's in Eastern Czech Republic, which is really powerful because Poland is opening up medically, and there's a lot of people there. And Slovenia just changed all their laws, and now they're the most progressive cannabis law in Europe.
Slovenia is going to be coming in big
And then you have to ask
family.
yourself as an American or Canadian, where's Slovenia? You know what I mean? And then you're like,
that's where my homie lives.
Borders Italy, which is weird because Italy just changed all their laws on CBD. So literally 2 weeks ago, Italy just said no more CBD growing in Italy.
You can't even have a cannabis leaf on
had
anything.
to drive their plants out of Italy if they wanted to stay in business.
We heard of people uprooting 25,000 plants and going and finding a place in Czech to put them in the ground. But they pulled it off. So hail to the cannabis industry and the people that work in it. I've never seen such incredibly hardworking people actually in my life. And I feel like I've been in lots of different sort of industries, but I know that I can call up a cannabis friend if at 3 o'clock in the morning I've got like some kind of a flood or I've got something going on. And yeah, if I've got good weed in house, hash, then people are going to show. But people are willing to work hard, and it's over and over again.
And we love and appreciate everyone that's on this panel right now. Everyone's super special and really powerful and doing really amazing things in their area. So big up to all you. Happy 420. What's up? It's amazing.
Dude, 420. I think we need to smoke more bowls. I feel like I don't know, like I do feel like we need. Oh, Robert snuck in. Any sideways. Can we all go like this so Robert doesn't feel awkward? If we could just do that. There we go. Hey, oh, wait a minute. Robert's back on track. Robert's fresh. Ah, my friend Roberto, the Terps, my friend, the Terps. I must ask you to unmute your phone because you're muted, so we cannot hear a bloody word you're saying. And now you are gone. You pushed the wrong button. You stupid bastard. You pushed the wrong button. Now you are gone. We no longer have a Roberto. Robert is one of the funnest people that you could ever spend time with. Truly a brother from another mother. I laughed so hard. We gathered in Amsterdam this year to celebrate our dear friend David Watson, aka the Skunk Man Sam. And Robert and I are like, I would say 7, 8-year-old little boys when we hang out. Just a lot of potty mouth, a lot of silliness, a lot of just like innocence. And man, did we have fun roaming the streets of Amsterdam till all hours of the night, puffing on the puffco's and just accents. We were Italian for a while. We were like, oh, is it Terps? Is it Terps? And just being really silly. I hope he comes back because he's only been on Hash Church one other time. But it'd be fun if he came back because he is, well, not unlike all of you, quite a character. Indeed, quite a character.
He's the term intensity in 10 cities.
Yeah, dude. Straight up. Ah, Roberto. I really hope he comes back. He definitely pushed the wrong button. He's probably like trying desperately to get online. Actually, he's probably hanging out with his cows, taking dabs right now, being like, missed it. I missed the opportunity. How are you doing, Brian? How are things over in Maine?
Doing well. Things are good. Starting to warm up. Grass is turning green. Getting some outside time in. Nice to see everyone. Thanks for having me.
How far over are you in conjunction to the New Brunswick boys, I wonder? Like, what? How do we line that up?
Well, it's almost like it's east of here, in some ways, I believe, right? Where Brunswick, it's very close. I'm not sure how to line it up, but it's close regionally.
We're directly above you guys into the east. So when we cross the border, we cross into Maine.
Cool. Yeah. So we're right there. We're neighbors, more or less.
Dude, you guys should go visit each other. Holy shit. I would.
That'd be great.
Yeah, 100%. Love to, for sure.
Are you guys familiar with Best Friend Farms and Brian?
We're on the other side of Lake Champlain, right? We're in Vermont.
Yeah, you are.
It's been a while.
Hey everybody, we just wanted to sign out. We're getting ready to go to some after parties and have a good time and get a little food. So big love and appreciation.
Happy 420. And
Bless
just a
up.
big shout out to the plant and how it connects us like the mycelial web that's ever present. And I'm just so thankful for it, that it has brought me to all of you amazing people that continue to help me want to be a better person and rise up and ascend. And Marcus, thanks for continuing. More than anything, here we are again, another Hash Church, another 420. It's been years and years and years that you've just continued to put in, bringing up this industry. And more than anything, this is a day to really honor you for continuing to show up for the community. And
we also want to give a shout out to our family who is on the farm taking care of things.
Thanks, guys.
And happy Easter. I hope the eggs are going well. And
happy spring.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Happy 420. Love y'all.
Bye, guys.
You guys are the best. Get out of here.
Yes. Well, I hope to see those guys. I still haven't gotten my trip organized for next week. I'm supposed to be moderating a panel at the ICBC conference. I was supposed to speak at that Conaplex, but I just felt like it was a little bit too complex things aren't quite what they used to be. In Germany in particular, the train used to be so guaranteed and no problem. You could really rely on it, and now you really cannot rely on the train. It's a huge percentage of the trains end up being canceled or end up being late. And when they cancel one, everyone literally just runs from that platform over to the platform that's three or four over to the train that's going to the same place, but like 10 minutes later than the one you were on, and it literally doubles the amount of people that are on that train now. So, and when you buy your ticket on a train, even a first class area, it's not reserved for you. It's not done by numbers of doors. So, you have a first class on one train, it gets canceled, you run over to the other. Now you're standing for 5 hours with your luggage, which is what happened to me the last time I flew into Frankfurt and then had to take the train to Berlin. There's not a lot of direct flights to Berlin for whatever reason, which is strange because it is a very big and super cool German. There is an app for that. Yes, there is an app, Rustica, that you can use, but it's sometimes they'll cancel these trains like 3 minutes before it's supposed to arrive. Or sometimes it'll arrive and you'll be like stoked, and then they'll be like, "Oh, actually, there's something wrong with the train. We're here now, but we're not going anywhere for hours." And then everyone's running to the next platform to figure out where can they get the closest to where they're going. So yeah, fucking Frankfurt, Bingo Lombardi. What are you gonna do? But that's cool that Dragonfly Earth Medicine went to the 420 celebration in Berlin. My business partner went last year to the very same place, and it was days after the legalization, the sort of like Germany acknowledging we're gonna legalize, we're gonna make this available, we're gonna do private clubs, we're gonna do, all the things they announced. And so pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think Germany is going to be I just think the world will be a better place if all these different countries have some type of legalization where people can grow plants recreationally in small enough numbers, and I mean, ideally in any number that they want, but just to try and get the foot in the door, say in a country that's like maybe killing people for cannabis on this particular day. Maybe in the near future, Etienne, his crew will make that stop, and they'll also be able to grow a few plants. How fucking cool would that be if you lived in Malaysia, to live through like the type of prohibition where they just hang you or put you in prison for the rest of your
Yeah,
life? If
I think
that's
that would
nuts.
be the best. That would be the best, definitely. And I think in the near future, a lot of countries will open to the plant. And just like Bob Marley saying, he's the healing of the nations.
True. It's the
It is
most
upside
perfect quote.
down. It's
It
upside
is.
down. The things that should be illegal are being sprayed on the food. We actually not only need to make accessible and protect people wanting to interact with the plant, but actually go further and say you're not allowed to broadcast poisons, maybe as a starting point. We're in the upside down. There's a lot of work to do.
Well, some of us are in the right side up, and we're working on it. I work at the UN along with others in the Cannabis Embassy. Shout out to the cannabisembassy.org. Because yeah, you're right. It is upside down and fucked up, and it takes people interacting and getting involved and making things happen. So I'm proud to be a small piece of sand on that beach making it happen. So don't give up hope, folks. Organize, get active, get involved, because otherwise we wouldn't all be here if we hadn't worked for some sort of change. We'd all be doing something else. Period. Happy
Yeah,
420.
word to that. Happy 420. On that word, I gotta also peel. Gotta log out, but I really appreciate the invitation, Marcus. Really happy 420 to everybody. Keep doing what you do for the plant, which is, I guess, why we all do it, for the love of the plant, helping others, and just basically opening others people consciousness. And I guess at the end of the day, it's just like shamans, right? Just you always want to bring some kind of knowledge, medicine, and share it with others. And I think this is what the plant, at least for me, is about. So yeah, big props to everybody. And happy Hash Church.
Yeah, thanks for coming out, Hugo. Appreciate you guys at Rosin Labs, one of our sponsors today on the show, and just overall good dudes that love the flavors. I noticed Etienne was ripping his sipper, not his ripper. So I'm joining you with some Sherlock goodness here. I've been really loving this terracotta pipe. It is pretty awesome. Let's see yours, Etienne, on there we go. Oh, that's a real nice one. Look at that, eh? All right, well, let's rip these little bad boys. Rip them if you got them. Oh, I see Michael and Hetty are in the house as well with Johnny Burfello. So happy 420 to those guys as well.
Happy 420, guys, from Abbotsford.
Happy 420.
Mike and Hetty are sitting here working away, rolling joints like crazy. We're getting ready.
Hetty's kind of hiding. There she is.
How's it going, Mark?
It's going good. I hope you guys are doing well on a beautiful Easter Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Well, a lot of people don't know Mike is a cancer survivor and cannabis enthusiast. When I walk in his backyard 13 years ago, I pushed over the fence smoking a joint. Like, we got a problem over here.
Domestic history.
As you can see, they sit here and puff with me every day now, and it's been a beautiful relationship and really serving and helping others. And Hetty runs the CBD oil group. And Mike is running another group with pheno cancer and helping others, education, and now he's got some new stuff he's doing.
New stuff, but how about something about the plant now? 10 years cancer-free. Just got my word from the endocrinologist and my doctors. So
celebration. I'll puff to that, Mike.
Because of this, man. It's because of this. And never thought I would ever consider this stuff because it was just not the norm thing in my mind as growing up. But the thing is, it is a medicine. All plants are medicine in some form.
Well, Mike, how lucky were you? Both of you were lucky, both you and Hetty and both Johnny B. But how lucky were you and Hetty to realize that Johnny fucking B was your neighbor?
I really wouldn't call luck per se. We had many people come through that house, or this house rather. And you gotta be friendly with your neighbors because you never know when you do need help in general, right? You don't know. I mean, you could need help for something. And the thing is, help turns into a friendship, and friendship turns into a lifetime of amazing,
Yeah.
And that's what the plant has done. It's really cool.
Yeah. Grateful.
Really cool.
Yeah, it's
for making your own medicine
and making my own too. When I got
Growing
my own source machine, making my own oils. So yeah, I mean, even
what machine do you have, Mike?
The
Extract source.
extract source is
Yes.
called. The extract
Source
source.
turbo.
The source turbo. It's not one of
Yeah,
the
we claimed all the alcohol from him.
Well, about 85%.
Okay.
There's evaporation, there's a bit of loss, but in normal processes you lose a lot more alcohol, and here you lose 10 to 15% at times. But at least you can keep going.
Oh, Morpheus. What do you got on your head, buddy?
So Morpheus had a little problem. We've been working with Morpheus CBD oils and stuff like that, sitting right here. Hooking them up and stuff like that. So after a few different things with steroids and stuff like that, I actually had to have something removed from his lips. So
did he burn his lip on the hot knife? Is that what you're telling me, John?
And it looked like that he kept going for the dab rig, right? So
yeah.
So now I got him on CBD and recently he's been stressed over that thing. So I also got on some gabapentin and the CBD.
All right, so you're taking good care of Morpheus, is what you're telling me.
He's healing. He's doing fantastic,
Yeah,
and he's just being a trooper. He wants out like everybody else wants out, right? He wants freedom, and that's what we get right here: freedom for what we're able to talk about. And dude, I went to Green Mile Cannabis yesterday with a party, and they got some killer cannabis on the legal market. Like we're sitting here pulling it up, and it's just like
you bought jars. That's from the legal market.
Yeah.
What?
Johnny B and family, when you're doing the distillation of your medicine, do you find yourself attempting to end the distillation right before the terpenes will go off, and maybe prefer leaving a little bit of the ethanol in favor of not cooking off the terps? This is
Yeah, there's a consistency to the oil. I mean, you can bring like, the first couple of times I made it a bit too tarry, so it's a bit too tough. You couldn't even pour it. But you want it like weak molasses to a point, but not watery because you don't want to have it'll take forever to evaporate anyhow outside.
This
And,
is this is very much what I'm touching on is yes, making sure the material is cured and dried before you add the ethanol as the solution, but
yeah,
finding
It's all fresh frozen.
excellent and basically that magical moment in the distillation where the temperature would spike and like you said go to a thick molasses where devoid of the terpenes. But that moment of watching for right at the end of the ethanol cooking off, not like, and you do this through smell. You could even pop the cap of whatever system is a distilling and smell it. And if you smell a very terpy spirit in the column, or then you're cooking off the flavors. But just the value in leaving it in there, I I find great success with it. So it's amazing to hear you're
wow.
producing your own medicine and keeping it cool as possible is
Close it
yeah.
up after smelling it. Would you like, if it wasn't quite right for you, would you actually close up and start the process again and keep the process going for evaporation?
What may you ask that one more time?
Well, when you were explaining in
Checking.
learning your checkpoints and what you want for your aromas and your scents and stuff, you want to open it and take a smell of it. Well, if I stop the process on my source machine, I disrupt the process of the what's
Vacuum.
happening because it's a vacuum seal. It's
I
in,
understand.
right?
Okay,
I'm going to
cool.
process, so I might disrupt the whole process and cast everything off right away, releasing it too quickly.
Understood. And this is being done by me, and I do put a vacuum on the collection flask to pull the vacuum so that I can lower the temperature even more where the alcohol will distill. But towards the end, I have a cap at the top of a column that and so my vacuum is controlled uh as I need it. And then so I'm just saying, when I visually you see the spirits climbing the column and you understand why they call it spirit, it's very ethereal. The the flavors that maybe typically through machines or yes, the first time you do it, you make something that's so thick because you've cooked everything out. And I'm just saying, leave in lieu of even leaving a little ethanol, which is not going to be problematic. It will increase absorption topically. It will just help things flow. Um, yes, that magical moment and the spirit vapor of terpenes when you're trying to do an assessment, if you're getting close to the end of the distillation, is a fantastic way to enjoy aromas. I mean, this permeates.
Just cooking there, cooking on the stove with all your different spices. So come on, of
I
course.
mean, come on. They had, well, this treatment for things like COVID or lung infection, even is to warm like a eucalyptus oil, is to warm a volatile up. You have to be extremely careful because it's hot and caustic and
Yeah.
powerful, but you have to approach it lightly. But a towel over the head, or even eucalyptus oil or ganja oil in the hand, warming in the shower, is a great treatment for putting the terps in contact with what you want to heal or offend slightly, including cancer cells. So congratulations. I mean, it's amazing to see
Yeah.
the family healing up.
You know what the great part about this is Horatio was a big part of Mike's recovery too, right? So Horatio and everybody is a big part of Mike's recovery over years of being able to use different types of forms of THC and hashes. We hit it with all different types of forms. So it's just like using an army and not just one type of
Not one strain, multiple strains.
multiple strains and then multiple different sources from hash, from LHO to BHO. So all the different extractions were used and keeping those cannabinoids level. And I know his wife would push him around the corner because he was scared to come over because apparently it was getting him too hot.
But overall, having said that, you asked, well, how lucky was I to have John as my neighbor? And I see there's no such thing as luck. It's called blessing. We are blessed to have had him as a neighbor.
That's not you
Period.
guys.
Flat out. Because that's what it is. I mean, where have I come? Right?
That's pretty awesome. It's good. I just love that you guys get along so well and that you guys are like, like work together and help each other and are just like all neighbors should be the kind of neighbors you guys are to one another.
We're all neighbors in life. We're all leading healers here, and it's like I just get tears just being here with everybody here. That also gives back the same advice and the same grace that we get to do here is share the plant and the experiences that we've all learned and lessened from. And for the ones that gave us those lessons, and when we get to learn from, and we get to pass on those same lessons from our knowledge. So it's like keep giving, keep growing, and happy 420, everybody. It's a blessing here today. Really, really
Happy
is.
420 indeed. I want to give a shout out to my boy Alex, who just popped in, probably in Slovenia. I don't know, maybe in Berlin, but maybe not. Where are you at, Alex?
This is from
I didn't hear him. That's weird. He's unmuted, but I can't hear him. Uh-oh. You might have to come and go. I don't know. It shows you unmuted. Or you might just have to go into your audio at the bottom there and choose. Sometimes it
Yeah,
chooses
Zoom
the
will
wrong
switch
thing.
up your audio with your microphone for some reason.
It does.
Speak into your speaker. Wait, no, Zoom. You're smarter than this. How many updates have you had, Zoom? Well, until
Just
Alex
like
comes in,
6,000.
I'm gonna kind of give him a shout out. And today is 420, and 31 years ago, Cannabis Action Network threw the first event in San Francisco at Golden Gate Park. It was the Hemp Expo because we really weren't pushing 420 so much because 420 was still not very well known, and we expected only 5,000 people to show up, but 50,000 people showed up because we weren't aware of actually how popular the term 420 really was. And people really were. And yeah, it turned out to be a lot of fun. We had Fishbone come out. I had just finished doing the Creed of the Seed tour. I think it was sponsored by High Times and others. It was Total Devastation and these other bands. We went through all these college campuses throughout the Western U.S. But we finished in San Francisco at the Golden Gate Park for 420. So shout out to the Cannabis Action Network and the old crew for spreading the word of 420. And again, we had the first event, and then shortly after, 420 events became the norm. But the real shout out goes out to the original 420 crew, who were the Waldos, and of course the Grateful Dead, because the Grateful Dead crew was how we learned about 420 and the Cannabis Action Network. As a group of cannabis activists going around the country, we spread the word. And it was one of those natural things that was organic. And again, this is where I'm happy to be a small grain of sand along with a whole bunch of awesome people as we made that beach that is now 420. So just want to give a shout out, and to Alex as well, because Alex was part of the can crew and was there and doing all of that. And when he wasn't there, he was usually selling weed somewhere. So Alex is very OG. And yeah, I kind of consider him my little brother of sorts in the cannabis movement. So much love. Great to see you and happy to see your success, sir. Now, can we hear you?
No, we could. He's still got microphone
Can you
problems.
hear
I
me
can't.
now?
Yes,
Whoa.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Fuck, my headphones weren't working for some reason. Okay?
Yeah, man. We hear you perfectly now.
I heard everything you said. Yeah, the Hemp Expo 1994, that was insane, man. People remember the cops were like, there was people in the trees climbing in the trees and shit.
Well, yeah. Well, the reason why that matters is because these were ancient trees in San Francisco, and the city of San Francisco had us insure each tree for $100,000, and people were in the trees dancing in them to Fishbone. Unfortunately, Angelo stopped the show and was like, "Everybody, little fishies, come out of the tree! Little fishies, come out of the tree!" Because we were fucking sweating bullets, folks. Because we were all volunteer activists. We had no money and barely enough to afford the insurance to cover this event. So Yeah, thanks for the nightmare memory there, man, Alex.
Yeah, no problem. I got a few nightmare memories of that event, but in the end, it came, it was some legendary shit for sure. And I think that's the first time the Hemp Expo was coined, and I think that's the first time, or the term Hemp Expo was coined, and then I think that's and we were the news, so San Francisco news, like on CBS, they were like, "Oh, it's going to be a great weekend this weekend, and if you don't have anything else to do, why don't you maybe go down onto the see the Hemp Expos happening in Golden Gate Park?" And that was like a huge, huge deal 31 years ago, right? And we were just like, "Holy shit!" The fucking newsman just said, "Hop on down to the Hemp Expo," you know. I don't know if you remember that one. That was one of the more obscure things that.
No, I
Or not.
don't. I remember our event afterwards. We had over at an event in San Francisco, and I just got there and I was rolling a joint, and they were going to throw me out of my event for rolling a joint after we'd been spent all day in Golden Gate Park. I just wanted to chill, and security's like, "Get him out of here!" And I'm like, well, grabbing Debbie's like, "It's his party. You can't throw him out. We paid for the place."
The irony abounds. Oh my god,
that's awesome.
No, that was crazy. Yeah, so I'm in Slovenia. I'm still. Crazy enough, we just introduced to Slovenian Parliament the dopest medical, basically the dopest medical law in Europe, even doper than Germany's, and that was last Thursday. And we could have that passed by the end of June in our little fiefdom here, our little shire called Slovenia, and it's pretty dope. I've been working 3 years on it, hardcore. So super, like I had this vision 10 years ago that I wanted to do it, and Parliament just introduced it. And yeah, if it passes in the form that it's in, which is a big if, but we have a lot of momentum with the ruling coalition here. It's very similar to what happened in Germany, as the opposition they didn't need the opposition to vote, so they didn't really listen to anything they had to say. And so that's the case here. The coalition has its own little infighting shit going on, of course, so we'll see what happens in the end. But if it passes in the form it's in, we're taking cannabis off the narcotics list for medical use. And as far as I know, we'll be the second folks in Europe, or maybe even the world. Is it off anywhere in the world besides Germany?
I don't think so.
Neither.
That's insane.
It's insane. It's insane.
So what'll that look like? To like kind of give us the cliff notes on what it'll look like in Slovenia 5 years from now if the law passes the way you guys have.
Yeah, and just so you know, we want to do a decrim too. That's not a commercial thing, obviously, but it's like a 3 plants, 25 grams thing. Rewrite the criminal code to at least have the penalties, for example. But this is a pure medical law based on Germany's law, except we've added hash. It'll look just like what Germany's looking like, in that we have a defect. They have a defect. Basically, the EU will not allow for adult use, right? So it's all this end around stuff, and the UN Convention and the EU ethics say things can be done under the auspices of health and research, right? So everything's done under these auspices of health and research. You can also do things under personal need, which is the harm prevention decrim thing also, but in terms of all-out commercialization, it's they don't allow an adult use regulated program. So now, not unlike California or Oregon or even Canada, where we had a de facto legalization system, right, under medical, right, years ago, that same thing is happening in Europe now. So it sounds clinical in that the dispensaries are the pharmacies in Germany, and the dispensaries will be the pharmacy, or the pharmacies will be the dispensaries, and the pharmacies are the dispensaries in Germany, and that's what will happen in Slovenia also. However, that's not as clinical as it sounds. These pharmacies are becoming de facto dispensaries. So you go into some of these pharmacies in Germany, and it's like Harborside. It looks like fucking Harborside, right? So and the fact that it's off the narcotics list creates very little scrutiny and an unnecessary amount of oversight for doctors to prescribe it. They feel more comfortable. Da 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 da. Now Germany's going really crazy in that they have these platforms where you don't actually have to see a doctor, even not just telemedicine, but you don't even have to see it. You sign up and then you pick it up at the pharmacy. You go through a platform. And so eventually that might get shut down and they might just say, oh, well, at least you got to be 5 minutes on with telemedicine for a doctor. So that's what is happening in Germany. And you can expect something similar to happen in Slovenia, maybe not as willy-nilly as what's going on in Germany, but still very easy access where within 2-3 hours, you can call a doctor and have cannabis delivered to your house.
Well, that sounds pretty fucking awesome, man. I mean, I hate the idea that it's always been this way with cannabis. We've always had to promote medical first. And then what happens is obviously the people who really need it as medical are like stoked. And then the rest of us, which is like 90% of us, are like, well, we're not idiots. If I can, I'm going to protect my ability to acquire cannabis by getting a license to do it. Rather than take the risk of like, having my life affected with a criminal record or whatever, because I didn't do that. That certainly happened here in Canada. And unfortunately, there is a point in time where it kind of affects the patients in a negative way. It's usually right when the medical is like getting to the point where they're like, okay, let's allow rec. And once you allow rec, like 90% of the companies that are doing all that medical, they just bounce over to recreational because there's such a wider
So,
swath
dude,
of.
I hear what you're saying. And there's another thing that happens when rec happens, and that's consolidation. So I'm a
Mm.
huge fan. So, and because we saw how good medical was on the West Coast, right? And then rec came, and the irony was that rec was more overregulated than medical, right? So I see the same thing happening here in Europe. So I came to this conclusion maybe like a year and a half ago when I realized what was going to happen with Germany. When it came off the narcotics list, I was like, oh my God, we're going to have total de facto. We already had it in Germany, before it came off the narcotics list, a basic de facto system. And now it's just like, oh my God, that's the little nugget to take it off the narcotics list. So I love the de facto medical legalization system because not only does it, yes, the patient is included too, the legalizer and the patient, they're both included in that, right? I mean, there's that line of, are you giving folks to safe access in general, or are you giving sick people, you're doing both, right? Clearly. And so what this does is I think it slows down consolidation. And I think it creates a system that is kind of meant for mom and pop too. The entry points for everyone and everything is a lot easier. So we have unlimited licensing. We have import export. There's no monopolies, no oligarchies. We created a free market system. So as long as the bill for medical is constructed the right way, then then you have a free market system. And thus far that's how the bill was constructed. We'll see how it ends, but there's no state agency that needs to take control. There's none of that. You don't even have testing. No, there's no a bunch of cumbersome shit for testing because you have to be GMP, right? So you're already under these stringent, you already have to go through this rigmarole to get GMP standardizing, right? So then you just have to test little batches after that. So there's not a whole bunch of bureaucracy here. Licensing fees are not steep. And so that's what we set out to do, is basically create the most open market for cannabis, for patients and for non-patients. Let's just keep it real.
Tell us about Slovenija again, like the location and like how it's really like special.
So Slovenija, they spell it Lovenija, and so it's just a very insanely immaculate, nice, clean, safe, fun. Basically, the whole country's a national park. It's the size of New Jersey, but it's one of the only 3 countries with the Alps and the Mediterranean Sea. So I live in the foothills of the Alps, and I'm 45 minutes away from the Mediterranean Sea. Only 2 million people, very smart. They speak more languages. The Dutch and the Slovenians speak, on average, the most languages of anybody in Europe. And that's not just because they're smart, but they're small. And they have to speak other languages if they want to communicate with anyone else in the fucking world. But they're a very smart, innovative nation. And it's basically a national park, the whole thing. And everybody here is having a really good time. The quality of life here is really insane, and it hasn't become violent yet like a lot of places in Europe. I've been in Europe 30 years. None of Europe was really violent 30 years ago. Maybe some places in Marseille or some shit, right? It was just real. You'd walk through the red light district at 1, and it was it was dread. There was addicts and pimps and whatever out there, but it was still so. Slovenia is still like old world Europe. So I can't really say enough about Slovenia. It really is. And I would suggest to have anybody come to Slovenia and check it out. Croatia is just to the south, and it is absolutely tremendous also. So it's kind of like old school Europe paradise still.
Fuck, it sounds heavenly, dude. I want to hit both of those spots big time.
It's
so
stupid. So just really
Go
quick,
ahead.
September 5th, we're actually having an event in Slovenia in Lake Bled. And so if anybody wants to come to Slovenaja, we actually have a dope event there, September 5th. And this will be the third event we had in Slovenia, but this will be probably the most poignant in that the law could be passed by then.
Well, we just wrapped up the ICBC in Barcelona. That's got to be a bit of an emotional. I remember looking out of the corner of my eyes. I was still like working the room, and I could see all of you guys lined up for your ICBC photo of all of you that put it on. And part of me was like, I should go crash that photo. But the other part was like, you know what? Good for them, man. They fucking deserve that shit. They worked for this. They did this for a long time. And doing an event right before Spanibus is not it's not
You know,
easy.
I'm not really. I'm looking forward. I mean, we had a great run there. We teamed with Spanibus when ICBC came over to Europe, and I wanted to institutionalize my brand. So I thought, well, let's team up with the #1 consumer show. We'll do this B2B aspect one day thing before, and then we'll have our juggernaut in Berlin. And that's what we did, and it really did help our brand out. I mean, look, the thing is Spain is never going to be ready for, well, not say ever, but it's going to be years before they're ready for a real big ICBC, right? Because they're just not codifying shit into law, for better, for worse, whatever, right? And Spain has a great scene going on, but it's hella gangster, and it is what it is, right? But Germany is the big one. So that's why I'm not so about, because Berlin is taking up all my time and all my bandwidth and all the oxygen out of the room. So Berlin is scaling at such a fierce rate. If I don't give it my full attention, then I'm not going to realize its ultimate potential. So the event is next week, and it's going to be the biggest B2B event ever held in Europe for cannabis.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It was so kind of crazy last year, and legalization had just been announced. And I remember my friend who's a distributor, and he's like, listen, we're getting so many phone calls. It's like in the first 10 hours, everyone was super excited. And then, like, after 72 hours, we all realized that all of our machines have seized. We no longer can like fulfill even half of the orders that have come in. We're trying to figure out returning money to people so we don't have to deal with that. Like he was actually like not stoked about it at all. He was like, dude, this is super fucking stressful. Like they turned the tap on full blast from a drop at a time. They just cranked the tap. So now Germany has had a year to process the legalization news, and I think that it's the caliber of the people and the event will be at that much higher of a level because now people have a bit of an idea of what they can do and what they want to do in Germany.
That's right, because when they first did the medical thing, people didn't know it was de facto legalization. They thought, oh, Germany could have done more. That was kind of the news, and I was like, bumming.
That's exactly what they were saying.
This is good, and I said, well, they'll figure it out soon enough, and that came. The last ICBC Berlin, like you said, was just after legalization, and now, so now we're going to be, so it was already packed and huge last year, so it's going to be twice the size this year. So we're growing at an exponential rate, and that's mostly in part to the German medical market.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm excited. It's going to be quite a show. Dragonfly Earth Medicine, we're just in here. They're in Berlin right now, and they're super pumped on the show. They were also talking about Slovenia, and I was like, dude, my homie lives in Slovenia. Let me just send him a little text here. And just as they left, you popped in, so you missed the Dragonfly Earth Medicine by a mere minute. But no, glad you came on and shared that with us as always, Alex.
No, Bubble, thanks for having me. I got to jet because I'm fucking busy as shit, but getting this event going. But if anybody wants to come through, just let me know.
I want to come
fun.
through. Slovenia sounds amazing. Oh man, I want
Yes.
some of that Alps Mediterranean Slovenia stock. Let's go.
Yes, brother, you fucking soak it up, man. I see where you're at now, man. Another little fucking spot of paradise. So dig wet.
The highlands. I mean, I really think that slight elevation will improve the medicine. What a cool regulatory acquisition of a nutritional supplement.
Well, we are an alpine nation, so you got that 600-meter range, 700-meter, you're good.
Yeah, 3,000 feet. We're at 3,200 right here. And I was telling everyone earlier, the temperature really guiding the quality of the air. Everything's out of the salt flats where most of California's agriculture is. And if California would have said, hey, that's important for the production of the resin, that we get it slightly elevated out of the mire. That's awesome. I'm gonna check it out. We're
Yeah.
Holy cow!
No, give thanks, people. You won't even know. It's like some Hansel and Gretel, Lord of the Rings type shit over here, and I just keep pinching myself, you know. Yes, Roots. Yo, Bubble. Hey, yo, everybody. Happy 420 to all the OGs. Yo, ATN, always a pleasure to see you. I cannot wait till you get your Ross out here. And big up, everyone. Yo, much respect and love. Yo, happy 420. Big up. Thanks, Bubble.
Hashi 420, brother. We'll see you in a week in Berlin.
Yo, se vidimo kamalu, stari brata moj. Ciao.
Oh, damn. Look at that. I think he just called me a racial slur.
It's okay though, because we're in Slovenia. It was a white
Love you, homie.
All right, big up, Ross. Big up. One love.
Peace out, Alex. Peace
Boom.
out. Yeah, good times, you know. It's Alex does these incredible events. They, you know, to the naked eye, they could be perceived almost as like the way Lyft was in the beginning, more like the Chad world, but really it's not. He taps into this incredible core world of the cannabis community and family, really, and also brings people who are serious people who need to be brought to the table from the perspective of regulatory frameworkers, people who work in the government and ministry, who help make the decisions of these things, but then also just I've met some incredible people from around the world at the ICBC conferences. Not to mention, he always has he'll rent some ridiculous hotel and then have like Damian Marley put on like a private concert. I think it's DJ Muggs from Cypress Hill this year in Berlin. But he's had all these incredible musical artists because he's really big into music. He's a bit of a freestyle hip hop artist himself. He'll get on the mic and throw some bars out. So it's good fun. Just a good dude all in all. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us on 420. We have about 1 hour left. Obviously, people can come and go as they please. You're not held to be here, but I would love to hear from some other folks. Maybe Aaron, we haven't heard much from you. How are things going? You must be gearing up for spring here and getting ready to plant in the next month or so. Is that about right?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud
All
and
right.
clear.
Yep, I'm getting ready for another season. My friend Tim Clark on the panel here has been sending me some really awesome looking clones of flavors I've never tried before. So, gonna make the copies to fulfill all my patients here, and yeah, looking forward to it.
What do you have, about a month before you gotta like have those things kind of rooted and zooted, or do you have longer than that because it's Michigan?
I have a little more than that. Like the first couple weeks of June, I have to get plants out, and they'll still be 6, 7 feet tall. So
Okay,
yeah,
excellent.
there's lots of time still.
Wonderful. Well, it'll be interesting to see if you produce some nice melts.
I'm
Have
sure
have
I
you
will.
have you kind of put a yield percentage together, like when you get like a melty hash versus a non-melty hash, what kind of rosin returns you see from like the highest quality melt, probably which you aren't even pressing at that point, but versus, the stuff that's just like maybe the lower caliber.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you do something like press something like your trim bin sift, which if you
Mm.
just look at it with the naked eye or with your phone camera, it looks like hash. It looks like, something that you just spent a lot of time at. But, you might get 30% yields as rosin out of that. But no, I've seen my good bubble, which sometimes I just press for fun and for variety, just instead of having a one big jar of bubble for the whole year. Um, I mean, I think I've gotten 85, 86% back, maybe even 90% back from good bubble. So yeah, it makes a big difference how well you isolate those heads.
Yeah, it really does. And at what point in time do we not press the heads? If you're like in the 90 to 95% range of return, I wonder if it's still worth it to press it out. Maybe like you said, for variety, you got a big jar,
Yeah,
well, you might as well press some out.
variety, and it's also, slightly easier on the cleanup. To have the oil compared to the even 6 star heads,
So
So,
true.
if you dab 20 times a day, you might want a little convenience of the rosin, the hash rosin. But I always save, even if it's only 5 star, I usually save a pretty good stash of hash as hash so that I can dab that and keep it as a reference to the oil.
When I first met the skunk man and went to his house and he tried to kill me with his Ruhr bong, and he took like at least 50 or 60 bong rips. I thought this must just be an anomaly. He's just trying to show me up and show me who's boss. And then every time I went there afterwards, every trip I went on with him, every time he was at my house, like every time, I was like, this guy smokes like 300 to 400 dabs a day. Like no joke. Like people's puffcos that they've been puffing on for like 6 months, he could do that in a day. He could just like crush that out in a day, no problem. I've never seen anyone smoke dabs quite to that level. And I thought I was, I don't want to say bad. I just thought I was pretty obsessed. I've definitely seen some folks since that are reminiscent. I remember seeing Scott Deppie take dabs for the first time, and I was like, whoa, he kind of takes dabs like Skunkman Sam. He's really working at it.
Probably, it's definitely medicinal. It's probably recreational to most of us. We probably love overdosing on terpenes and cannabinoids, and that's maybe unique. But I think every single person can benefit from micro amounts in their diet. And I think there's a little bit of uncomfortability of people saying, understanding that they don't need to feel high to have all of the benefits of the little bit of phytoterps and cannabinoids. Um, People are afraid of feeling the effect, I think, speaking from my own family. So, um, hmm, get a little bit, get a little bit in your life. Holy cow.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. I was just hitting up. James hit me up from Puffco. I've got people calling me, but I can't send a link by people calling me, unfortunately. And I am on Hash Church, so it's not an ideal situation.
Shout out Heavy Ice for man, it's fun watching some of your work. Real clean setup, real conscious, really cool to watch.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, man.
She's back in the, she's not messing around. She's like, boom, bam, boom. I'm over here. I'm over there. 420 is a busy time for me. I feel like the Rosin Sauce boys have like the Sauce Labs boys have like they've gotten enough dabs. They're kind of like, okay, like we're just having a break. Maybe we need some food. I think they're both thinking like we got to get some of that Salmon House on the Hill food that we had with Bubble Man. I had this unbelievable meal with these guys when they were here about a week ago after the heady happenings that was going on down at the Rubicon Organics, which was a pretty cool event. It's like different hash making equipment, Whistler Technologies. We were there representing. Hash Tech was there. I think the Osprey, or no, was it Low Temp? Did they have an Osprey there, or maybe two Ospreys? Oh, right. And then Bubble Tech. Anyway, there was a whole bunch of different equipment. So, from a hash maker's perspective, I thought it was a good idea. I've never really seen the companies be willing to do that, an event just for water extraction equipment that you can go and watch in the lab and watch them. We didn't really get to watch them processing, unfortunately. They did that the day before, but it was definitely interesting.
I was really hoping to see the two hashes come out like of the freeze dryer from each machine from the same inputs. That was one thing I was like hoping to see that we weren't able to see, just to be able to compare. But that'd be cool to see if they will publish anything like that.
Yeah, there's so much different tech, and ultimately hand washing is the ultimate idol. But some of the tech now is able to basically recreate that on a somewhat medium scale, and it's really, really fascinating what Whistler's doing. Hashtag low temp, definitely, some really great hardware brands just pushing the fold. So, our lab is definitely equipped with brands like that to make the rosin to make the rosin at the level and at the capacity we do. We work with machines, but machines that recreate as much as possible a hand, and that intimate sort of relationship that you have with the resin. So it's more of a hand-based, a handcraft process at the end of the day.
It's nice. I want to get the little like collection bag machine type. It's not even a machine, it's just like the stainless steel with the springs and the
The
like.
wobble hoop.
Yeah, the wobble hoop. Yeah, we gotta get one of those.
That's what we're missing.
Yeah, shout out to Dave Airy. He came up with that after just listen. I kept telling them like, listen, what we need to do is the hash is on the bag. It's just kind of floating at the bottom, just resting on the bag, and we need to just get it off ever so gently. What a lot of people did for a long time was they'd lift the bag out to the point where, 200 pounds of water was pressing down on the hash. And then they'd start doing this, and that makes it literally 100 times harder than it needs to be. The bag doesn't need to be pulled up at all. All you have to do is move the bags from side to side, which generally is easiest by just lifting up one side of each side of the bag. And then the hash just sort of rolls in the water back and forth, and it allows the water to go through. And then you can pull the bag out with almost any force whatsoever. And so, yeah, it works pretty good. Anyone that's made water hash, and if you're trying to create, because what we did at Whistler was we created that closed loop with the vibratory screens. We used to use the Russell Finex and then the Caisson, but we basically use these vibratory screens and different from the ones that Osprey uses in their nest, because those screens are like I guess they must vibrate, but if they don't, they certainly have no funnel to get the hash off the screen. And anyone that's ever collected hash off of a stainless steel screen, you'll know right away it's nothing as convenient as collecting off of like a Nitex screen that's like malleable and can move around your hand or be flipped inside out a bucket and have a little bit of a dip in it so the spoon's concaveness can scoop in and get the hash on. Much easier than coming off of a stainless steel screen. And if you look at the Osprey ones, which I was surprised, they don't have the funnel. And so at Whistler, we have the vibratory screens that you can set with weights so that it vibrates in different directions. And what you want the hash to do is push to the outer wall of the circle and then vibrate around the corner until it gets out the funnel. And then what do we have on the funnel? Well, we tie a 5-gallon bubble bag to it and we collect the hash that way. So that was a way to collect and wash bubble hash simultaneously. So you don't have to do what we call a run and dump, which is like you mix for a while, you settle, you pull all the bags, you collect the hash, and then you start washing again. With most of Whistler's full systems, like the Micro and the WT Craft, you can wash while collecting simultaneously and really never stop washing until, and when you do it that way as well, you can watch that point of no return slowly become acquired, where you're not really getting it, as quality or as much resin back out towards the end. So at one point in time, you're obviously gonna call it a day. I feel like I think that might be Jolly Roger that just popped in. Look at that, it is Jolly Roger. How you doing,
What's up,
brother?
guys? Sorry, I was didn't realize the camera was back on. Doing well, guys. It's pretty crazy over here, but if you could see, let me turn the camera on.
Are you in New
Um,
York?
I'm in New York. I'm in Washington Square with the TV. It's pretty hectic over here. Kind of insane to see. I mean, I'm in Washington Square Park. I just keep it facing outward so you can see. But if there was been a place that you would get up on 420 and smoke, but it's wild now. If you could see, these are all vendor tables. Everybody's just
Whoa.
selling stuff. Complete open air markets. It's extremely busy. But it's nutty, like New York has really embraced the culture, and it's probably the best consumption city, I think, right now in the States. Mainly because you can smoke anywhere you can smoke cigarettes. And so it's
Wow.
really, really a vibe out here. I hope I hope we'll see that go one day soon.
That's awesome to see, man. And you know what? I'll tell you, the biggest events we ever had in Vancouver were with vendors. It's like the vendors bring the people. You gotta have the vendors.
I mean, in this case, it feels like it's the opposite. It feels like the people brought the vendors out. There are so many people here. There's
Wow.
everything from like really big brand names of MSOs that I've seen. I don't want to drop them in case the big is not okay. But they're out here along with people that are selling, made at home edible drinks, along with people that have like some home brews, some pre-roll that they just bought a pound rolled it up and came to it. So it's interesting. It's unlike I think any other markets in the US right now. For sure.
Well, we're glad you popped in to share it with us, man. That's super cool. We've had a little bit of all sorts of people coming in from all over the map, and we haven't really had the New York 420 gathering. Dragonfly Earth Medicine just came in from Berlin, and they just finished the 420 gathering there a little while ago. So pretty cool.
Sick. Well, mad love to them. Mad love to you guys. I'm glad to be your quick New York correspondent here for Hash Church. Thank you to everybody at Hash Church. I stand by. This is probably one of the most important programs in the entire space. I appreciate you bringing all these great minds together, especially on 420 to talk about it.
Thanks for bringing us to
We
the
all loved.
party. Holy cow. Thanks for bringing
Thank
us
you
to the
guys.
party.
Thank you so much. Sending a lot of love from New York. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Peace out, Roger.
Thanks.
Thanks for being the
Thank you.
correspondent, the New York correspondent. Etienne just had a bunch of balloons go off above his head. Was that, how did you do that? You did like, oh, you did it like that. Well, I want to get balloons. What's going on? The hell, dude? What the- That's not fair. I think it's time for a dab. A real dab. I don't always
I'm
take
not sure how I
dabs.
triggered it. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Dude, it's just by your awesomeness. I think it was your awesomeness that triggered it. I really do. I think that you exude a high level of awesomeness. And I feel like we should hear more from our brethren in Vermont. Those guys are sitting there. You guys got to come up with the dog, sit on the couch, come closer, bring a pipe, bring your space, your face.
It's all good, Auntie. I like my own post too.
Hey everybody, here's the crew from Vermont.
Hell
Trainer,
yeah.
you guys remember Trainer? Yeah, Trainer's gonna go get some of his hash. They got a
Beautiful.
420 event over at his place, so he's gonna have to jump real soon. But thank you, Marcus. Let's see, what do we got today, Trainer?
We got some Chem Dog 90U melt,
Ooh,
unpressed, looking
I
good.
like it.
Yeah, I've been destroying the jar. Not very much left. Also got the homie Jeff back here.
Yeah, Jeff.
What's up, everybody? Appreciate you holding the space, Marcus, and everybody sharing this day with y'all.
What up, Jeff?
How you guys doing? Where you at?
I'm in Trinity, Northern California.
Right on.
Jeff, tell me
Right
about
on.
your organization.
Yeah, Mark, I appreciate that. So I guess a little bit about me. Basically long time East Coast indoor grower, and then we saw this regulated space sort of begin to unfold across the country here in the US, and we're like, wait a minute, we don't want to get run over, so we try to band together. So appreciation to Etienne and Alex, who's here earlier, and all of the work that we do in like the unfortunate government affairs space where we need to not only protect ourselves but make sure that we don't thrive. So we're trying to hold that down here in Vermont. We work with other homies in other states, and we do what we can, protect the small farmer, and that also means the small retailer as well. Everyone's got a space. But yeah, Marcus, really appreciate this. Thank you all. It is an honor.
Yeah, check out the Vermont Growers Association. It's the name of the organization.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does a lot of great activism work to, uphold small businesses here in Vermont in the new cannabis space here. So big ups to Jeff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds amazing, man. Glad to
Marcus,
have you guys both on here. Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
if you're ever looking for a partner for your brand in Vermont, these are the
I'm
guys.
I'm always looking for partners for my brand. It's definitely a fun thing to do, and it always seems to be a particular group of people that end up being my brand partners. You kind of like I think of them as bubble ambassadors. They're people that have been inspired, they've been kind of following the story. Maybe they learned through bubble bags, maybe they even learned through not myself at all, but learned through some of the other people who have been carrying this torch and teaching these processes for the last decade plus. But just understand and recognize. And so that's how the brand's been growing ever so slowly. I am going to do a hash church one of these days, maybe when I get up to about 10 states, and I'll invite all my partners from different states, and it'll be a Bubbleman brand hash church. Because there's so many great partners I've met. My partners in Michigan are super awesome. The Rolganic crew that grows the 17 acres of organic cannabis. Papa Sift, our hash maker, who's been just top notch, absolutely incredible, amazing. Got to shout out Mike and Kathy, who are involved with the lab there. And just, it really takes a village to build a proper company and a proper brand, and, making sure that your brand's getting the right exposure. It's not an easy thing by any means. I actually want to shout out Higher Love in Michigan. They're actually having a 420 special today at their stores. I'm not sure if it's at every single store, but they definitely have. They got this Easter basket packed full of eggs, and the eggs are full of flour. It's like different goodies from vendors and stuff, and it's like I think it's like a $250 value that they're letting go for a couple $100. So it's like a $50 bonus for someone that was going to buy a bunch of flowers. So shout out to the Higher Love crew. They carry the Bubble Man brand as well in Michigan, in the UP. They've got a bunch of custom 420 apparel, and you can win different. I think they got stickers and stuff. And yeah, they're open today. They got a nug hunt at reception, and the first 50 people that obviously have already come and gone got some goodie bags there, and they've got some 20% offerings and whatnot. So, got to give a shout out to the stores, man. The amount of work that the growers have to do to grow cannabis, and then for a processor to get in touch with that and process it into something special and beautiful. Then that processor suddenly realizes, oh shit, I also have to learn how to market and like talk to, you kind of have to have relationships. I find that the dispensary people have, when they think you're just a representative, sometimes they don't. I was in a store in Canada and I said hi to one of the girls, and then the other girl was like, "Oh, who's that?" And the girl was like, "Oh, don't worry, he's just a rep. Like, don't worry, you don't have to go talk to them." So, and nothing against the reps. There's some great reps out there. Some of them have incredible relationships with the dispensary folks, but I find when the actual hash maker or the grower or both rolls in and can share a little bit about the products, it definitely goes a long way. So yeah, shout out. What about Caleb? What's Caleb doing these days? It's been a while since we heard from you, Mr. Chen.
Well, it's my last semester here. I'm honored to be spending 420 with Hash Church. One thing that's happening in my world is I'm looking forward to having Etienne Fontaine as a guest speaker in my Cannabis 420 class this week.
Hell
Epic
yeah,
stuff like
dude.
that as a cannabis researcher and a student.
It's awesome. Well, congratulations to you, man. One more semester, hey? Well, I'm sure you put the work in, and that's really cool. We're super happy to have you here on Hash Church. And Yeah, it's just been a nice mellow day. I'm sure everyone's got a bunch of stuff they're going to do later on today. I know that the boys at Dank Club, the legendary crew, the THC guys, are doing like a crazy Hawaiian inspired private dinner tonight that is going to be absolutely bonkers insane. He sent me like a breakdown on what it was, and he's got like it's special. It's a special dinner. Huli huli chicken and bluefin tuna and banana Foster flambe. Like he's got this whole Hawaii themed dinner that he's going to be doing at his private club here in Vancouver tonight. So that for the lucky people that bought tickets for that, they're going to be having a very, very nice time. And for everyone else that's doing whatever for 420, I hope it's the best. And I know what I'm going to be doing for 420. My good buddy Merlin has offered to come cook me and 100 of my close personal friends an amazing meal. Oh, there he is. Oh, hey, how's it going, Merlin? Could you imagine?
I was gonna invite you to come eat some good ass food too, anyway, and smoke some joints later.
That's hilarious. Well, for those of you that don't recognize Merlin, he stars in my show with me, Getting Cooked with Merlin. It started with cooking with Merlin because he likes to be a chef and make delicious food, and we did a couple episodes. But then I was like, this motherfucker's chain smoking joints while taking dabs of really only a small percentage of people have ever done. I think of Kiddis I. I'm thinking of you, Kiddis, the elder Rastafarian from the movie Rockers back in the day. He would also have a huge joint in his fingers while he was holding the dab rig in his hand, like big joint, just smoking. And that's how Merlin was with our show. And so we changed the name to Getting Cooked with Merlin. We did a good one last year in Barcelona. This year we got snubbed. We waited until Sunday to go to the market, La Boqueria. And what happened on Sunday at the Boqueria?
Everything was fucking closed.
Why the fuck would we think in a place like Spain that they would be open on a Sunday?
Oh
Dude,
God. Yeah, that was disappointing.
crushing. Anyway, happy 420, brother. Good to see you.
420.
Merlin's in the house. Merlin used to be my neighbor as well. He lived right here in Lions Bay. It was awesome. I don't have a ton of like cool cannabis like friends in my neighborhood. It's more like my kids' friends, parents and stuff, which
Very
they're super
family
cool and
oriented
nice,
in
but
Lions Bay.
yeah, it's nice. It was nice to have you guys for the amount of time that you were here, and just having characters like Ramo and other people come over while we filmed that show was
Yeah.
it was good fun.
The dab rig with the gourd on Halloween.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude, your party on Halloween was outrageous. Outrageous. Oh, we just had Alex on talking about how big Berlin's going to be at ICBC this year. He was talking about Slovenia and how he's doing an event there in November. We should go check out Slovenia, dude.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
I feel like I should have a Hash Church booth at all shows and then just leave an open invitation to all Hash Church panelists that ever been on or even want to be on at that point. And just fucking have like Hash Church represented at all these different places. It would be interesting.
Yeah, it would be dope.
My booth would look like stained glass windows. It would be like a
Yeah,
little
it doesn't have to be a booth, just a hash church, a traveling hash church.
just a steeple. But it will have to fit in the booth square because that's how they do their business. They will force us to bend the knee, Adam. We will bend the knee, but only slightly.
A booth-sized Familia Sagrada.
Perfect.
With
Perfect.
with bells. Must have bells. Yes.
Fuck
Love
yeah.
it.
Take it easy, trainer.
See you guys. Got to get to a show, but hope y'all have a great 420. Wishing everyone a beautiful rest of your day. Peace.
Happy 420.
Enjoy the 420, Vermont. You guys deserve it. Thanks for coming. Thanks for leaving the dogs on, actually. It's nice to have the two dogs. They have a very soft presence to them. Oh, wait, that one's scary. No, I'm just joking.
It's coming right at us.
Well, you know what? One came right up my wife the other day while she was walking in the local trails of our village here, and it kind of charged at her, but she was like, whatever, just ignored it. and it ran by her, and then it turned around and bit her right below her bum on her leg. It punctured her leg and her skin. And so that was a real bummer. And then I didn't realize it, but in my village here, we have a lot of mountain trails. We have a lot of space to be private. And I think a lot of the dogs in my village are under socialized because there are a lot of people getting bit by dogs that live in my village. And this dog was not being aggressive or mean. It was probably spooked. And it was the first time it ever bit a human. So just trying to get the Lions Bay folks to better socialize their dogs. If you go to the city in Vancouver, there's a place called Point Grey, and there's so many dogs and people that walk down there that those dogs are very well socialized with one another. They don't have as many sort of beefs, if you will. But here in the Bay, we got some work to do with our four-legged creatures, which they look to us.
Alabella, our Swiss Shepherd, just had 7 Caucasian Shepherd puppies. So the Ovcharka mixed with the Swiss Shepherd, we were blessed with 7 pups. And I'm going to raise them up and train them because, of course, what you're saying is the socialization. We're getting the wolf to be kind to the sheep is the whole trick. And we don't have a lot of that either, the socialization. But I think there is a peaceful nature in 80%, 90% of canines. I think it's the 10% that are gonna not know how to bite the leg in a gentle way.
Yeah.
But these 7 are these are some interest. You could look at wolfmountanorganics.com to to see pictures of them later. So pretty cool
Just
dog.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Super beautiful, man. That's an awesome dog. Merlin, you gonna get that dog or what?
Yeah, come on. Ticket the litter.
Don't let
Ticket
my
the
wife
litter
see it.
for
She will get it.
Yeah, he's hiding Kim from the screen. If she sees that dog, they got a couple beautiful dogs, big dogs too. That dog looks like it's gonna be a not small dog.
It's the biggest one. It's the twice the PSI by the Caucasian Ovcharka or Caucasian Shepherd.
Like what? Like 180 pounds or something?
They're the giant. They're what you're imagining when you're trying to picture it in your head. The giant, maybe not 160. So I'll show you the dad in a sec.
I can't remember what my friends got. They got this puppy in Indonesia while they were traveling years ago, and the person was like, "Don't worry, he's only gonna get to be like 110 pounds." I think he was a Malamute. Does that sound familiar? Is that a big dog? Yeah, so he was one of those. His name was Buddy. He ended up being like just under 200 pounds, like 185 or something pounds. Like truly one of the biggest dogs I've ever seen in my life. A super gentle giant. This dog was so calm. I may have told the story though, but it's kind of funny, so I'll tell it again, but it's kind of not funny. So please don't cringe too much. No dog was hurt in this story. But my friends Buddy was on a leash and they were standing in their backyard overlooking the ocean, and their backyard goes down 3 stairs and then it goes down a couple more stairs. And Barbara, who was really elderly at the time, probably in her 70s, asked this Asian woman who was her landlord, who was visiting, if she could just hold Buddy's leash because she was going to go down and get her granddaughter, who was like 3 years old and was getting close to kind of a drop off to the beach where you could get hurt. They didn't have a gate or anything or a fence. So she gave this leash to this woman of like 185-pound dog. And I'm guessing this woman weighed about like 85 pounds. And a cat like ran across my friend's property on the lower part. And Buddy saw the cat, and not like violently or anything, but just like ran down to get the cat. And I did not witness this, but my friend said that she had the leash wrapped around her hand. So he was like, dude, picture full Superman, like fully in the sky, in the air, going off like these 5 stairs. Like it was, you got to be careful with a big dog like that. And I wouldn't be handling or handing a big dog's leash like that to really anyone, Like a big dog like that could almost hurt anyone if it just decided to run quickly towards a squirrel. Actually, it was a squirrel that went first, and it was the cat that was chasing the squirrel that got Buddy's attention in
To
this
watch
story.
to
So,
watch to watch Odin run away and be skittish from even the puppies is so funny. The Scooby-Doo effect of the giant, gentle giant.
is that Odin that we're looking at right now?
Odin, he was given to me by, let's say, a not necessarily regulatory market grower that was maybe returning to some Eastern European roots, and had Odin tied to his fence at 11 months old. And he was given to me as, I think, a sign of respect. But I think it's great that he got to come out to Wolf Mountain. I mean, the gentleness. We actually had another wolf that had latched onto him when he came home, and he basically allowed it to happen. So to watch me be able to separate them and him not have that aggressive. Again, I do think it's in a low percentage of those animals that have maybe those communication issues. But yep, this is Odin. So good papa. Come here, buddy.
Awesome.
Thanks for letting me share. He's a sweetie.
Joseph Houghton says Odin looks like a good boy. And Tame Up says dogs want love. They're not wrong. Beautiful, beautiful animals. Odin on Wolf Mountain. Like, how many of us don't want to just get in a car and take a trip to Wolf Mountain and go hang out and pet Odin? Maybe
That's amazing.
smoke some aromatic profiles from Adam.
All are welcome.
I hope you got the bubble bags over there, dude, working overtime.
I mean, this is an amazing thing. At the Earth dances, we're in the parking lot, maybe at 2 a.m. from a really cool couple. I somehow thought it might have been you yourself, but the person resembled. But how I got my bags is very cool. Definitely the dry sift screens, all of that education, just trying to get that fruit in the most gentle of ways. Mechanical separation is amazing. Yeah, big thanks to everything, all the education, all the words of encouragement. Happy 420. Wow, what a day.
Dude, these dogs are so mellow,
Dude,
bro. I
you
don't even
know,
want to talk because when I do, it takes your
they're
screen away.
unreal. They are unreal teddy bears. The spot under the neck. You maybe saw Odin had like the wolf cape, which I think is cool that you'll see in a lot of the shepherds. The technological advancement of like a wolf's fur to be able to just live in the snow. The cape being optically maybe like this great camouflage that maybe is invisible to animals. I mean, I really like. So Odin has that cape, and Mom's a Swiss Shepherd, which is half of his size. So it's going to be interesting to see these novel pups.
What are they, like 10, 12 weeks old, or are they
This is
older right now?
4 weeks old. We're maybe halfway.
Jesus. 4 weeks old?
They literally look and sound like teddy bears. It's kind of so funny.
Like, trust me, I just don't want to talk because when I talk, it grabs my screen and takes it off of the puppies.
Pin the pups. I mean, what a cool opportunity to be able to. What cool dogs, man.
You're getting an
Yeah.
extra 5,000 views this week just from the dogs, I promise.
Heck yeah.
Right.
We're trending.
Yeah, like Bingo says, great dogs for the mountain. Like those dogs, it would almost be a shame for those dogs to leave that property. Even though I know Merlin wants one.
That's what's important. I mean, it is idyllic, but good dog's gonna love any family, and they don't want too much territory. But the physicality of, because we live with bears and mountain lions and all of the animals.
Yep,
So
us too.
having the canine, the lobo, having the libidos, even the coyotes in the area look like wolves. Their capes are developed. They look bigger than you imagine a coyote. And so having this natural family protector to draw 100-yard fence around your place with watchful guardians who don't want trouble, but will get up in the middle of the night and bark at the bear and tell him to go away. So wow. What a cool technology and relationship, and it makes like being in the forest really safe for everyone because their communication is so clear at a distance. Like, go away, I'm gonna bark.
3 nights ago, we got visited by a bear, and he tore open my freezer and ate a bunch of fresh frozen and meat.
No way.
Yeah,
He had
Kristen was
a
going
little
nuts at the
cannabis
door.
paired meat dinner.
Yeah, he did.
He's like, I heard this fucking guy Merlin knows how to get it done.
Sounds like he'll be back.
Fuck.
Oh,
Bears
yeah,
do have
I'd come
endocannabinoid
back.
systems.
Right, exactly. Yeah, these bears, man, you really gotta like. That's too bad that it did that, man. That sucks
This
because
is the
he's
third
right.
time he's ripped my fridge open.
Yeah, you have to get rid of that fridge.
Yeah, I put child locks on it, but it didn't do much.
Child locks. You're dealing with a fucking bear, bro. You need to put bear locks on that fucking thing. Yeah, that's crazy. We do have bears. The bears have come out. We have mountain lions. We have coyotes. We have lynx and bobcats and other little kind of creatures, and it's uh it's great living in nature. Out on the water, I can see the whales, all sort, 3 or 4 different kinds. There's dolphins, there's big sea lions, seals. Definitely was one of Jacques Cousteau's favorite place to do scuba diving in the Pacific, West Coast Pacific Ocean. I've done it myself. It's definitely worth checking out in a big way. I feel that scuba diving is definitely one of those feelings very similar to being baked on cannabis. That mellow, just like floaty kind of feeling. You're just in this other world a little bit. It's a subtle nuance, but it is one of the few things I'd say snowboarding, scuba diving, and dab blazing are 3 things that create very similar frequencies, at least in my body. Anyone else? What are the things that make you feel similar to cannabis?
Well, just to end things off real quick, we're actually gonna, I peace out, sorry. I gotta go take care of some family stuff. And I just want to say thank you so much for everything and for bringing us all together and for this opportunity.
Thank you
Dude, that's a beautiful cat.
This is Calypso, Callie.
Damn.
She's chilling with y'all. She's chilling with us. She might be high from all the dabs. I don't know. We'll see. She's pretty chill. But thank you so much, Marcus, for spreading all the knowledge. Everyone for, being on the panels, session, hanging out, spreading the good vibes, and just, continuing the knowledge is such a beautiful thing to be able to talk with people across the globe, share stories, maybe find little nuggets of like I said, knowledge. That's what keeps the industry and the plant going and getting the plant to the people. So we respect and appreciate everything about this show, and yeah, definitely appreciate the opportunity to hang out. Thank you so much. Peace, y'all.
Yeah. Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciated having you guys out. Thanks for sponsoring today's episode and bringing your brand to BC. And just look forward to the next time we can puff some bowls together. Not sure where it'll be, but I know we'll all be smiling and laughing and enjoying ourselves. So shout out to you guys for sure. Have a great rest of your day. Got about 14, maybe no, 24 minutes left of Hash Church today. We don't want to stop early. We want to give it a full 420. So anyone else that has anything they want to say, maybe Brian, we haven't heard from you really too much. You're always quiet over there in Maine. How are things going? You got some nice flavors going down?
Yeah, just exploring some new plant profiles and flavors inside right now still. And yeah, doing some low stress training in the indoor garden. So kind of repetition, indoor normal work for the week, getting excited for the outdoor turn. And like I said, starting to green up here and, juiced up to explore some new phenotypes outside. Definitely been working the hash lines like generationally more, deeply to try to work on texture, even and such, into not just like the scent profile, but yeah, excited. I'm over here just messing with some piatella and listening to everybody enjoying it. So thank you for having us all.
Absolutely, man. Always a pleasure. Piatella, wouldn't it be interesting the art form of almost the way they do it with food, which is to create synergies and textures in the hash based on the flavor profiles that already exist. You can kind of see where I'm going with this, Merlin. Um, Brian does that with his hash. He mixes it together. He does all sorts of cool little concepts and little, just you got to go on his Instagram and check it out. It's very much like, creating textures and optics that maybe align well with particular aromatic profiles. I think
Yeah,
it's an art form.
thank you, Marcus. I like it's fun. It's like art for me. That's basically what it is. It's small batch oriented, and I think there's like a little personal therapy type, petting vibe that comes with it. So this definitely goes along with the effect of cannabis, but I definitely love that experience of it into the crafting artistic value that like is pleasing by look. But that's, I guess, one of the huge deep give thanks components to cannabis is the personal therapeutic touch for many of us, most of us probably, that are makers. And then, it scratches an artistic edge if you're a creative person. All of us are creative people, so it allows an inlet into our creativity. And I personally enjoy exploring the art form with it. Yeah, there's one that's 207. I bred the 207 headband below it for rosin. That's a 90, I believe. And then that is a GMO by my gas mask, which is a headband clone from out here on the Kosher Kush by a Mac brother. So that's like a little consistency and form that's eye pleasing and was really fun to make. I was thinking about doing one today with like an undercrust of a piatella egg, maybe with some rosin inside, with another type of piatella ball, maybe inside of that here after the show, after the sesh, kind of like a creative itch scratcher.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's ridiculous. I just love that shit. I think we got to incorporate that into our show somehow, Merlin. Can you get on that?
The dab on the dab on the dab. I like it.
Ooh, look at that piatella. Here, I'm gonna pin that. Show that again. Ha 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 ha. For those of you that haven't enjoyed the 6-star full melt bubble hash, it's to me that's what piatella is. It's another cool texture that it has, but yeah, yeah, it's a staple. You gotta have it in the
Table stable.
in the hash quiver.
Yeah, and Marcus, what was the name of that new terpene set or the new there with the rose that you were talking about?
Selena Diane. Someone was laughing. They were like,
Was that
I had no idea Selena Dion had a
what
terpene named
happened?
after
Yeah.
her.
All right, he got to it first, or they did. I was wondering. I was going to crack it. Like, is that not
That's
like so relative to Celine Dion? Anyone catching that?
It's definitely hilarious. Selena Diane. Selena Diane.
Wow.
But yeah, apparently it's a kicker. I know he's selling cultivars. He's selling a cross with the Paradise Punch. And I think the Paradise Punch crossed with the Lemon OG is the White Thorn Rose. You have to go online and look that up, but
Sounds amazing.
it's all there for sure. Well, Maybe
I'd be
now would be
def
a good time for everyone to show what they're puffing on. And Tim, if that was you, you can also just talk.
Oh, no problem. I was just gonna say I'm extremely interested in seeing what oxidized species would come out of that selenidiene. Also, what fractionated and decomposition products would be coming out of that as well, especially being as it's so prevalent of a species. But that's stuff that we have to look at over time, I guess.
Indeed. All right. Everyone's got their flavors. Hold them up. Hold them up. Hey, how about this, Merle? I got some of the hash that we made from the plants that you grew in your backyard, which is like, here, check this out. Well powderized bubble. And we all know this is a good sign when you have really well cured out powderized bubble and you can go like this with it. Man, that is solid, not going anywhere. Yet, if I touch it with my finger, you can see that it's just powder. Oh, I dropped a little right into my bowl there. How amazing was that? Like that is like magicalness. I literally dropped a tiny little bit and it went right into the Puffco. That is incredible. Scrape a little bit here up. Yes, so Merlin grew these plants in his backyard. Just a couple, you know, it goes to show how fun it can be to the importance of allowing 2 or 3 or 4 plants, because you get people that are like, oh, what's the point? It's like, it's a huge point. First of all, it creates the aspect of smell around your house, which takes away the ability for anyone to search your home based on smell. So the fact that you're allowed to have smelly cannabis plants, even if you maybe had a little bit more than you were supposed to have in your house, you can have the smell without setting off that reaction that always got us into trouble in the early days. That as well as, well, you can grow big plants and you could like grow substantial plants. I don't know how long the hash lasted that we made, Merle, but I went there with some equipment and made hash for just one day. And then left him the equipment so he could continue on to make the rest of his hash. But it was nice. It's like a solid 4 star from some outdoor plants on his deck. It definitely bubbled up and could be dabbed, left quite a bit of chaz, but still was a really nice high. And just, man, to be able to plant 2 or 3 plants in your backyard and not really, you know, be too obsessed with how well you take care of them and have it still come out as something is, there's really something to be said for that. I think that's what gives people the green thumb, an experience like that. That's like, oh, what if I paid more attention to this and put more awareness into this? You know, awareness, the only thing you have to pay for awareness is attention, and it's worth it. So pay attention.
And this summer the garden's gonna be really nice. Check that out.
Oh yeah, dude. Let's see. Let me pin you up here. Let me pin you, brethren. Oh shit, I think I only pinned you in the wrong one. Remove pin. Now I gotta add the pin again. Oh no, here we go. Speaker.
There you go.
Oh yeah, you're gonna do it right there in those mud plots?
Yeah, next to the pool.
Right next to the pool, next to the ocean. You have a pool next to the ocean. Living large over there in the deepest of coves. That's what's up. 15 minutes left. Puff those bowls. Tell those stories. What are you doing over there, Belle? You guys are puffing on the Puffco? Almost looked like you were on a soundboard. Like when it showed, I don't know if that's Rosin Ricardo still or if that's someone
Yeah,
different
it
now.
is.
That is. Okay, so dude, you looked like a fucking sound man at a soundboard in the fucking, I was just like, because you weren't in the picture, Belle. You were out at one point. It was just him. And until he held up the Puffco, I was like, I wonder what sound this guy is doing right now. Am I the only one that table looks like a soundboard, or am I losing my mind? It does,
So
right?
what's really going
I
on? We
see it.
got a
That
little,
is
yeah,
awesome.
bar, and then we have, people are slowly funneling in. We got our little 420 thing. We're like smoking people out. You mind
Okay.
opening things?
Yeah.
Check
Listen,
this out. Rosin Ricardo's been working on something really nice. If you want to stab it up, it looks really good. It's some hash burger, some jam, very pretty.
Oh
Nice
yeah.
little 420 pretty jam to smoke people out with today. We got a couple other things, but
I
this
want
one's
it. That's how I know it's good. I wouldn't want it. I have a desire to have that. So
yeah,
thank you
it's
for
really
that.
nice. So
Oh,
a
drippy
lot of
drips.
thought and intention, good stuff. So yeah, no, it's good vibes here. We're just hanging out, smoking. Earlier, I went to go get this thing because, like, man, why is it always the torch? You know, when you have an event, it's always the torch or it's always the banger that gets forgotten. So earlier, I was
Yep.
skedaddling home to go get the torch
Dude, trust me.
because
And
we'll
then if you
we'll
if you get
break out
rid of
some
the
proper
torch,
rigs.
if you get rid of the torch and then you end up with a D nail, then you forget like part of the D nail. Like you forget the plug for it, or in Spain I kept forgetting the inverter, like to convert
Ooh, yeah.
so what I did was I
Oh,
plugged in big woman's event at the Sensi Seeds Museum there, the Barcelona Hemp and Hash Museum, big woman's event, and I go and plug my D nail in and blow the fuse in this 16th century fucking building, and all the lights go off in it, and people are like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And then I slowly hear like, "Oh, I think it was that guy Bubble Man. He plugged in some type of a device," and it was just fucking jokes. I was laughing my head off. It's like you can't win. There's a video of me plugging my D nail in Amsterdam at the Krasnopolski Hotel, and I'm getting everything set up, and I got the camera, and I turn it on, and I'm walking around, and then I hear this click, and I go, "Oh no." And you see me melt down on the camera because I'm realizing that I forgot the inverter again, which of course the Krasnopolski has. All I have to do is call them and they'll bring this like car battery up that literally weighs 40 pounds that I carried around Amsterdam with me so I could use my dab rig everywhere I went. And I had forgotten it, but I did bring an extra whip. And it was the whip that I blew, not the actual motherboard of the D nail. So yeah, these things are not lost by me. I have done them. I will say that when I thought their booth was a soundboard, their blanket there, how cool of a tabletop cover would that be if you made you get these cheap plastic ones for all the different like birthday celebrations people have for kids and shit. It'd be cool to have one that was a soundboard that just went right over top of your picnic table and it made the whole picnic table. I know only the musicians agree with me that that's cool, but I think it's fucking cool.
that would
Agreed,
be
or like
cool.
an NES sports pad that you rolled out that had the buttons and the ABs. They could actually be freaking have a little 808 placemat and I mean
That's
make it
what's up.
functional.
Yes, make it functional, exactly. Don't make it fake, make it real.
Yeah, just let them sit at the soundboard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious.
11 more minutes of hash church. I think I've got one good dab left in me before I have to like consume food. It's been I don't eat breakfast before I do hash church, and if most people have noticed, I don't move from my chair either. So it's like a nice 4 hour meditation that I do every Sunday. People are like, how do you do that? It's like, well, you don't think about it. You definitely don't drink a lot of water or tea or any other beverage if you don't want to spend your time leaving the camera many, 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 many times. Washington Square Park. I just got a video from Washington Square Park from Bud Resin, and he's got the Bubble Man sticker on the thing with the vendors in the background. That is fucking awesome. Let me see if I can share that. It's gonna be quick because it's gonna go back. There it is, Washington Square Park. Bud Resin, he's with Jolly Roger right now. I met him in Barcelona this year, actually, with Robert. He met us. We did a little mini jar check where we asked everyone to come to the Katsu, which is an old school coffee shop in Amsterdam, originally owned by Harry and now run by John and oh, I'm forgetting the other dude. Terrible. Awesome people, awesome shop. You can get some really nice product there. You can meet some really cool people, and it's in a really cool part of Amsterdam where there's some good food very nearby. So go check out those guys if you ever get a chance. If you're ever in Amsterdam, definitely go check out the Katsu. The Katsu was made famous, to me at least, in the mid 90s to early 2000s when they were doing the Sage 2.0, which is, of course, Mojave's Sage. processed by Adam or other hash makers, maybe Terry, I don't know, into water hash and then pressed through a laminator to make these little squares that were wrapped in a yellow cellophane, and they called it Sage 2.0. I just want someone to look at me the way Caleb Chen is looking and smelling his hash right now. Is that too much to ask for in life?
This is some sage right here.
Some sage in the house, dude. I love the
And
sage.
hash, not just sage, sage hash.
That's sage hash. Hell yeah, bro. That's what's up. What a small world it is. All you have to do is name a cultivar, and then someone on this panel is holding it up and rubbing it in our faces that we don't have it and that they do. Because I know that's what you were doing. No, I'm just joking.
I wish they would
It's
rub it
awesome.
in my face.
Exactly. Exactly. Just a little over here,
Man,
please.
happy Easter. I really feel the sun's return. I feel this is all beautiful. Being at church reminds me of when I used to go to church and they would say as a hymn, as it was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. And I love that. I love the idea of infinity as a prayer. And it's really nice to be with everyone today.
Absolutely, man. It was really nice to have you on, dude. We were supposed to have you on last episode and something went down and it didn't work out. But dude, you're a great addition to Hash Church. Super happy to have you sharing your perspective and your vibe. I always like it. We'll have to do more on X. We'll have to link up for some X dialogues. Maybe we'll start a little mini offshoot over there of some smaller, shorter shows and just lives. I used to really enjoy Clubhouse. I think you were also on Clubhouse. Is that where I also maybe?
Amazing. Yes, that's where I first met you and Colin, and even connected on voice with Dragonfly and Josh and Kelly. So it's like, this is what a cool thing that some good groups came together in the mix. Yeah, at Gunjalier on Twitter. And man, again, very specifically, the verbal ideas that is put forth here and people being willing to be brave enough to share is so essential with getting people closer to the plant, closer to the earth. And I think that it cannot be
It's
understated that there's a consistency of education, and that is the healthiest thing that could be happening to people. So, yeah,
Dude, you're
big up.
not wrong. I feel like the only thing we were really missing was fucking D420K yelling bong rip today. If only he had come into the room for Hash Church today.
That and a howdy howdy.
Bong rip, mother lover.
Oh shit!
I'm out side by side in here. I'm out in the mud. I got your message on my Bluetooth, just Bluetooth, like a huge one. I was like, oh, what's that? I had to come in. I had to stop and come in and say hi. And I'm going to light up a joint too, just because I can.
Dude,
Right?
that's fucking awesome that you're out in the middle of the fucking forest side by siding. Fucking awesome, dude.
Man, this side by side I got is like, it's on bloody real. Let me see if I can, oh, I
Yo,
can't
happy
turn it
420,
around.
buddy. Much love to you.
There you go, guys. I'm gonna
Dude, look at
spark up a
him just
joint
in
and have a
his
toke with everybody.
heyday with the side by side, dude. Those machines are so much fun. And they really get I'm a dirt biker at heart, so I'm a motorcyclist at heart, and I see these side by sides. I see a lot of my buddies who destroyed themselves on motorcycles who are now getting into their 60s, 50, late 50s, 60s and 70s, and they're getting these side by sides and they are fucking loving them. And it's different from a motorcycle because you can throw like your partner in there, you can throw some kids in there, you can like take them out and access a place that you just couldn't do on a dirt bike the same way.
That's the whole thing, man, is I got 4 seats in this thing. I got my grandson, got my girlfriend, and we got room for one more. We're full up, but man, I waited a year to get the 4-seater instead of the 2-seater, and it was worth it. Like, I can't believe where this thing's going. Where everybody's getting stuck. I'm crawling right through it like nothing. It's a crazy machine, man. I love it. It's a good time. What are you guys
Dude,
doing down there? Is there a 420 celebration like the old days, Mark, where we're slinging hash down there?
I don't even know. How crazy is that? I have no idea. They must be doing something in the city, but I'm just so disconnected from it that I don't even know.
Well, those 420 events down there, like you introduced me to them. I come down because of that stuff, right? Is when I started. I think I hit 420s down there. The first one was like absolutely mind-blowing fucking scenario I've never seen before in my life. People throwing bags of weed and hash and edibles. I had to literally buy two little pack sacks to pack everything around that was being thrown at me and handed to me as gifts because I was D420K and they knew me from the internet because of Bubble Man and the show and everything. Like, what a time. And then the next 3 years, I brought my hash down, walking through a lineup of cops with like cooler full of hash, saying hello to them and have a good day, be safe. And then walking out, dragging the cooler empty with a pocket full of cash through them and them saying, hey guys, you can't park there for longer than 5 minutes. Loading zone, you get fined, get going, hurry up. Thanks, officer. See you later. What a fucking time to live in. Wow.
Dude, on stage with the fucking with Cypress
Yes. Yes,
Hill,
we were
like
up there. We were up there together. I got a picture of that. Like,
yeah, dude.
What a time. Good times,
50,000
buddy.
people? Like how many people were there? Was it 50,000?
I thought I heard it was 180,000 at one time, like all
Jesus.
together at one point there. Like I got a selfie of me and in the background is the crowd and the booths and it's like it's fucking crazy. It's a
I
sea of
know
people.
it looks like Metallica in Russia or something. We did have the best 420s for a little while, but I was saying earlier that it was really connected to the people came out for all the different vendors, and once the vendors sort of started like drying out, you definitely saw less people showing up.
Yep. Yep. Well, I wonder what they got going on down in the city now. Lyndon, come here, buddy. I'll introduce you all to my grandson.
Nice. Lyndon on Hash Church. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
How's it going, dude?
Good.
It's my
Dude,
grandson, Lyndon. My best
hanging
buddy
out
in the
with
whole world.
hanging out with Grandpa Darren?
Yeah.
I remember seeing pictures of you when you were just pretty much a baby flipping the bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that picture.
Yeah, you
I'll
do.
see you in a minute, buddy. I actually got that picture on a couple coffee mugs I got for Christmas. I love that shot.
Of course you do.
Yeah, shit. Well, you guys,
That's
I
awesome.
hate to cut it short, but thanks for the invite, Mark, and getting me on here for a hello for you guys and a bong rip, mother lovers, and fuck. I hope you guys all have a great day and smoke and puff tough, everyone.
Hell yeah, D. Good to see you, man. Glad you showed up. And honestly, you just closed out Hash Church. We're done in 1 minute, and that's going to be the end of Hash Church today. D420 coming in, totally surprising everyone with the bong rip mother lubbers. That
Right
was
on, man.
awesome, dude.
Fucking perfect, eh? Just like that Christmas time when Santa come in, eh?
Dude, I was honestly going to mention that earlier. That was amazing when you brought Santa Claus in and he took dabs. That was
He
amazing.
dabbed them up good.
Oh, you're a
Okay,
maniac. Well,
everybody.
enjoy the George.
Thanks. Love you guys. Peace.
Peace out, brother. Listen, I want to thank everyone for watching Hash Church today. Special 420 edition. Big shout out to Puffco, obviously, for sponsoring today's episode, to the Rosin Labs boys for sponsoring, for bubble bags, and for Grandmaster LEDs. You can check out discount codes and whatnot, and websites and Instagrams in the description of the video. And otherwise, I just want to thank everyone that came out. So many people came out today, I'll forget, but I just want to thank you all. Shout out to Adam and his dogs. There's Mama. We're going to finish it off with Mama, half the size of, is that Mama? Did I get that right?
Yeah, this is Mom, Bella. There was some apprehension of the family to allow them to breed, but ultimately our efforts to keep them apart, nature prevailed. And so she did survive the larger animal, and she did it great. She's a great mama.
Shout out to
Uh,
you, Mama Dog, and
love you
thanks
guys.
everyone for coming out on Hash Church today. We're gonna have another episode next week. I believe it's episode 16 of the year, season 11. And I'm not sure what next week is about. Archive did reach out to me and say, let's do an episode where it's just you and me and maybe one or two other people. But what I want to do is I want to interview Rob Clark on his book Hashish and do a deep dive into hashish in Rob's words, stories of him and Sam and the whole nine yards. And Rob wrote me back recently saying that he loved the idea. Rob is a little, he's at a point where he's not interested in being on a monster panel, but he did love the idea of sort of helping give more exposure to hashish. They are in the middle of doing a new press for the book, so it'll be available. Currently, it's literally like $400 or $500 on eBay and stuff to try and get that book. So this will be a new press. Yeah, there it is. Aaron's holding it up. If you want to hold it up again. That is the second edition, and I know that because the trichome photo around the border, yeah, those are my trichomes. Those are Sam's trichomes. I photographed them, and those are my fingers holding up that round red piece of hash in the corner there. The cover has been totally changed. This gentleman by the name of Bobby did a bit of a sponsorship. His company is called La Paz, and now the hashish book really is a very sort of, you can look it up, Le Paz. It says Le Paz, sort of in a brown texture, and it just says, there it is right there. So he's got that one as well. There's Etienne holding that up. Let me add a pin for you, Etienne. Hashish, Robert Cannell Clark, pull back a little bit, and you can see Le Paz in there. There it is. Le Palise. Sorry, Bobby. Le Palise. It sounds like Nepalese, but it is not, I assure you. Anyway, I'm going to try and unpin these. There we go. Perfect. So as always, may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. Bingo Lombardi, thanks so much for holding it down in the chat and being our moderator and admin in there. Thanks everyone for coming and enjoying and making Hash Church what it is, which is just an awesome sort of place for us to compile our education and our information and our stories. And my responsibility is that I will care for it. I am the caretaker here. I will make sure that it stays on the channel. I do a lot on my channel to make sure I don't breach the integrity or breach YouTube's rules so that we don't lose the ability to stream live and share this content. And I do have all of this content backed up on hard drives outside of the postings on YouTube. So know that Hash Church is safe and that we're going to see you all next week. So I will put it on gallery and everyone can give the old thumbs up, two fingers, whatever you want to do. Peace out, everybody. Thanks
Happy
so much.